Okay, it says recording in progress.
Okay. Hello,
Hey.
everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
So, for those of you who don't know us, I'm Charlie. This is Cora.
Hi,
I'm the host of the
Cora.
BraiDID Bunch system. You probably don't know us. You might know us from TikTok. We're here with Kaya from the dissociaDID system to talk about some things in the community that people have wanted some answers to for a while. And so, Kaya, do you want to take it away and kind of introduce yourself, history of fusions, and why
Yeah.
we're addressing this now?
Yeah. So, my name is Kaya. I'm the fusion of Nin and Kyle, who was Nin. Wait, hold on. Let me start from the beginning. So, if you've watched dissociaDID for a long time, you'll have known Chloe, who started the channel. Chloe integrated with Nina, our sexual protector, and became Nin. Nin then integrated with Kyle, and that made me Kaya. So, um, yeah. I thought that it was probably about time to address this stuff now because I'm not Nin and I don't feel like I need to keep this stuff secret anymore. I'm healthy enough to address it without getting absolutely triggered, like balls to the walls type triggered, can't think about it for weeks. So I'm able to address it now and I don't feel like I owe anybody silence, whereas Nin did. Nin felt that if we addressed any of this stuff, not only would it just perpetuate the stuff that was going around in the community and the sort of she always said he said she said type thing, but that it would always just come back to us because we have a larger following and people would blame us no matter what we did to ask people to please don't go and attack people. We were worried that if anything happened it would be our responsibility and we didn't want to cause any more harm to anyone. So it's
Yeah,
finished now. Like that stuff has died down. I'm a different person. I'm sure most of those other people are different people, but people are still asking questions, so we're here to answer them for the community, just out of respect.
and to clarify, based off of that, there is like it is not okay to watch this and go and attack anyone that's mentioned in this video based on anything said here. None of this is meant as an attack. This is just talking about situations, and it's not going to be useful to talk about them and try to hide people's names who were involved. So we will be talking about people who were involved in situations. That is not by any means cause to go and send those people any hate. That is not supported.
Don't
Yeah.
do it, especially not under our name or BraiDID's name. Like say, oh, we're supporters of BraiDID or dissociated or whatever, and we're attacking you because of what you did to them. Don't do that. We don't support that. We won't support you if you do that. Just let people be, let people live. People make
Yeah.
mistakes, and that's fine. This, like Charlie said, this isn't an attack. It's just that we feel like we've been silenced for a long time, and we'd like to tell our side of the story rather than having a narrative written only by other people about us online. It's our turn to share how we experience things. That's all this is.
And I would also like to just apologize for any noise my dog makes in the background. I might do like a little woo, and if we have to make a little cut, because she might go over and eat some food, drink some water, and it can be loud. So
That's fine. And if I get triggered at any point, we might have to stop and come back to it later because, well, this isn't as triggering as it was to Nin. It's still, this stuff is difficult for us to talk about. So just please be aware that we are going to some very difficult emotional places to answer this stuff for you, but we think that you deserve some explanations.
yeah, and this is take 2 of filming this. So there's also a possibility if we forget something, we might end up clipping in some stuff from the first recording. So
We only
just
got
see.
like a quarter of the way through last time as well before I was like, I need to stop, I can't do it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how long we get through this one. It might end up being a mismatch of like, we'll answer these questions that day and then we can't do any more. And then another day we'll answer the rest of them, that kind of thing. But yeah, you want to, sorry, that was my fireplace. It's okay, it's my fireplace. Um, yeah, we'll try and keep this as unedited as possible, just to be like as transparent as we can be. But if we do get triggered and stuff like that, or we need a drink break or whatever, then there are going to be some cuts. But that's the only reason for it. We're not hiding anything in this.
There's also such a like intense hyperfixation over mannerisms and stuff. And just so y'all know, like to be able to get through this, we need to keep it light. that is not discounting the seriousness of anything talked about in here. We need to keep it light to be able to keep moving through it.
Yeah.
So just because we're smiling and maybe laughing and making a joke here or there does not mean that we are not taking anything seriously that's talked about here.
We have to kind of dissociate through it, some of it, to be able to handle. Some of these topics are really heavy. And I do want to say, before we even get into it, trigger warnings, we will be discussing things like, you know, suicide and stuff of that nature, CP, all that kind of stuff. If any of that is going to trigger you, please be very, very careful, because we won't be able to trigger warn every single word we use. So from this point onwards, please be responsible for your own triggers. This is the only warning you're going to get, but you know, we're not going to try and censor anything. We just need to get this out. So please be sensitive and sensible to yourself and your system if you have one.
Yeah. I also need to change the brightness on my phone. I'm so sorry. I'm going to freeze for a second.
No, you're fine.
Gonna try to keep the technical glitches to a minimum. But
last time my laptop died as well. My laptop died, and then we moved over to my phone, and then I got triggered and we had to stop. So it was like, oh, it's just a shit show. And we've been trying to do this for ages as well, but like it would either be like you'd get like chronic pain, or I'd be really, really fatigued, or someone would switch out, and like we're in different time zones. It's just been a nightmare trying to get this done.
So there might be glitches, there might be like little lag things also. We're just going to keep going through it unless like the audio cuts out. We're just going to power through. And you ready to get started?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. So also, do you want to like, just for ease, because we can do little timestamps, let's like raise our hands between each section, and that way we can put up timestamps when we raise our hands.
That's a great idea.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we're taking this in sections. The first section is, and we do have written down, none of this is scripted other than the written down questions and prompts for to go through. So the first section is emotional and financial manipulation of the community and accusations from the Entropy System. So the first question is, when Granddad's Lounge initially published his videos on the dissociaDID like channel, your system made an Instagram post alluding to a close call with a suicide attempt. And the Entropy System later came forward to say that they had discouraged your system from posting this, and showed screenshots of a conversation with you all that basically insinuated that your system had made that post to show the realities of the effects that trolls' actions can have upon a creator. Yeah,
they said that we were doing it deliberately to upset trolls. So I remember posting it first on Twitter, and I don't really remember much after that. But what I do remember about that is I don't remember anything about Granddad's Lounge being involved. Everything that added up to this, it was a combination of a lot of things. We'd just had the whole Trisha Paytas thing, a lot of people coming after us, sudden influx of attention from the Anthony interview as well, and the community just seeming to absolutely go up in flames. We were being hacked and stuff like that. It was very, very intense. COVID had just started. We just had to move house because we were given very little warning that the landlady of our house that we were renting decided that she wanted to sell, and we were given like a month or two to move out. And we were like, oh, fuck. What are we going to do? So there was a lot of very, very high stress. We were worried about the COVID, because this is when it was just sort of people were starting to panic about it. So there was a lot, and then there was also some personal stuff going on. It wasn't like, you know, Granddad's Lounge, what people say about us in YouTube videos doesn't have that much sway over us. So it wasn't his fault. It wasn't nice of him, but it wasn't his fault. So I remember being Nin and Chloe in this situation. Nin and Kyle, sorry, in this situation. And what I remember is everybody being in the front, because the person who had this close call attempt was a persecutor, and we'd all been trying to get into the front. And when they eventually stepped out of the front, everyone was in shock and panic. And as Kyle and Jade was with me as well. I stepped up and was like, right, okay, what do we need to do? Everybody needs to calm down. Like, we were in physical shock, not just like emotional shock. And we were like, oh, what do we do? Okay, well, for first things first, we need to make sure we're safe. We need to, do everything that you'd need to do to make sure that you're safe after something like that happens. And then we were like, right, well, we can't continue to do this anymore. We can't keep pushing the system like this. We may need to go into hospital for a long period of time. We'll have to see. So what do we do? First thing, get it out of the way. We just need to tell people that, we're going to leave. We've got just tell people what's happened, and then we can get that out of our heads, and just, that's one thing done. And I think it does say a lot about how concerned we were about the community and how much we cared about the community, that one of the first things on our mind was, we need to let people know where we're going and what's happened, so that people don't just worry that we've just disappeared and abandoned them or something like that. That was the only thing on our mind, was tell our friends, tell our supporters that we've had a really close call. Things are really, really bad for us right now. We need to take some time away. Don't know when we'll be back. I do remember that we said something absolutely ridiculously overdramatic. And as soon as I read back on it, I was like, what the fuck was that? That's just awful. And it was like something like, we'll try it to stay alive. But in that headspace, when we really were in shock, we didn't know if this persecutor or any other persecutors or anyone else in the system was also going to try and attempt again anytime soon. Yeah, it was rough. That was the only reason that we did that. Trolls were not on our mind, and it was extremely hurtful that the first response that somebody who we used to be friends with, we had told Entropy previous to this that we did not want to be close friends anymore, and that we just wanted to sort of be friendly from a distance. So yeah, we set that boundary with them before even the Entitled to Life conference stuff was announced. But we'd still been good friends with them in the past, and it was very hurtful that the first response that they had was not, oh my god, they could have lost their life, are they okay? But let's shame them publicly on social media, which was horrible. And they also posted something about us on Twitter when they knew that we weren't using that platform anymore, like full stop. And it was a call out post. They knew that we'd still be able to see things on Instagram and stuff like that, because we were active on Instagram Messenger, just to stay in contact with the Entitled to Life group, because we felt responsible for it. We were being paid for it, so we would check in when we could, when we were well enough to, and we had our phone. But Twitter was the one place where they knew that we would not see it. We only found out about it because somebody told us, and that was a call out post to us, and we messaged them and we were like, well, just take it down and talk to us. Why wouldn't you just, if you've got something to say to us, if you're concerned about something, why would you not just come to us? We've always listened to you before. We didn't understand. And I told them then, or Nin at the time told them then, when I'm using these memories, I'm remembering them as being Nin. So when I'm saying I and stuff like that, that's the reason why. I told her, and I got very upset. It was Win I was talking to, and was like, of course we wouldn't do that to upset trolls and stuff like that. You know us better than that. Why would you do this? This was a big betrayal. It was adding to all the stuff that was already going on that was extremely difficult. It was just adding another wave of hate in our direction, when at that point we needed to be in hospital. We needed treatment. And I did say at one point in a separate conversation, I think they were like, well, they said this is something that you shouldn't share online. This is something that should just be kept to close family and friends, which we felt was against what we were trying to do as dissociaDID. We were supposed to, negate the stigma around suicide and stuff like that, hiding it and being ashamed of it and telling other people that they shouldn't talk about it. We didn't agree with that. And they said, well, what about trolls who have hurt you? Are you just doing it to make them feel bad? And Nin responded with something along the lines of like, no, but I'm not going to hide, or at least this is what she meant to, this is what her intention was, because I can't remember exactly what she said. But we're not going to hide the things that's happened to us just in case somebody feels bad about potentially having added to it. We're not going to censor ourselves and pretend things that have happened haven't happened in case somebody gets upset. If they get upset, that says something about them and how they've been treating people. But it's not our responsibility to coddle other people when the reality of our situation was we could have died. That's all it was. We did not have haters or other people in mind, like other people who were mean to us in mind when we posted that. It was not. It wasn't even in our head. In our head
Yeah.
was get this out of the way, get help. That was it.
Yeah, and it's not a creator's job to coddle their audience.
Oh, I do want to say, actually, I do want to apologize for this. We did censor the word suicide, but we didn't add a trigger warning, and we should have done that. Usually, I would think that adding like an asterisk into a word, censoring it, is enough in most cases, but with serious issues like suicide and stuff like that, a trigger warning should have been added. And being in shock isn't really an excuse for that. We have apologized for it before, but I want to take accountability again now and say, yeah, that wasn't all right, and I'm genuinely sorry for anyone who came across it who was triggered because we didn't trigger warn it.
Yeah. You ready to move to the second piece?
Yes.
Oh, well, no, not the next section, just the second question.
Oh, we're just doing that for sections. Okay.
I think that'll make it easier.
Okay, good idea.
Can you comment on why your system appeared to go offline shortly after this and appeared to stay offline when your fans became outspokenly worried about your system's safety? This kind of ties into the first one. We don't have to go over it much. I want to just say from like the outside, no creator owes their audience being online or being available to their audience at any given time. I mean, I guess if you're like, I've set up this event and people have paid to go see this event, like you should probably, but like, you don't owe your audience explanations, especially if you're saying, hey, I just went through this attempt, like there is shit going on, I need to take a step back. You do not owe your audience anything beyond then. Like, I'm sorry, that's on people. And if people are like concerned, that shows wonderful empathy and caring on their side, but turning that concern into anger for not getting anything back negates all of that. People are not entitled to that, and there are a lot of issues with parasocial relationships that people need to take their own responsibility for. That's my piece.
Thank you. No, you are right. There is a lot of unhealthy parasocial relationships, especially between creators and their followers, fans, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, no, well, the reason we weren't online was because we were trying to take a break. Unfortunately, if you've seen the video that we posted on our YouTube channel about what happened to dissociaDID, you will know that a man called Sergio Costa contacted us literally a week before we had that close call, and then really started messaging us on a very, very regular basis, sort of like every day, every other day, right after we had our attempt. So we were very much trying to heal and step back. We also had that going on in the background. The only reason that we know about a lot of things that were happening was because even after we asked him a number of times to please stop or please only tell us things that are, absolutely very, very necessary for us to know, are absolutely urgent, like don't tell us about anything else. But he would routinely update us on, look at what this person has said about you, look at this new betrayal, here's what these people that you used to trust have said about you now, you can only trust me, let me help you, type thing, while we were trying to take a step back and get away from it, because it was just keeping us in that extremely triggered, vulnerable state, where we felt like the whole world had turned against us, that everybody that we trusted or that we thought we knew, there was a lot of information coming out that was suddenly like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. You can throw that out the window. So yes, we were very we've never been in kind of a crisis situation that went on for that many months, where it literally was taking it a minute at a time, and I'm not exaggerating. It was very, very, very difficult for a very long period of time. And as much as we appreciated people being worried about us, one of the last things on our mind was, oh, we should update the internet on what's going on, when it really was sort of day to day, minute to minute, stay alive.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was rough. That's the only reason why. We weren't deliberately trying to cause anybody worry. We just had a lot going on. That's all.
And speaking about those like betrayals throughout the time, I just want to point out, you're going to hear a lot about different things. And again, do not go attack people. None of this is meant as anything like attacking towards them, but you are just going to notice a pattern, like with the Entropy System earlier, and the thing that they posted of people very clearly going around, instead of having a conversation with y'all about issues that they had, taking it to the public and making accusations that, without even ever alerting you guys to the accusations that they were making.
Yeah, like we never knew that they posted that on Twitter. Like it was like whoa. And a lot of other things, like when somebody would post something or say something in a live stream, or for example, Multiplicity and me at one point said something on Twitter. Anthony replied to her publicly and said, actually no, that's not right. We've fired the company that was working for us. And then they then went to Reddit and started talking about it there instead. Like we wouldn't have known about any of this stuff because none of these people came to us and tried to clear it up before taking it public. Or some of them did. Some of them had conversations with us. Multiplicity and me, we did have many conversations about it, but they didn't believe us. Same with Entropy System, apparently. But I still don't think that that's right to take things public when somebody is not in a place where they can defend themselves. None of these people said any of these things while we were actually online and okay. All of this suddenly happened when we were unable to defend ourselves. Not saying that they have their reasons, just saying that we don't agree with them.
Yeah. And a lot of people I know are going to be like, oh, why are you stirring stuff up now? And like, no, y'all did not have a chance. You guys were not in a place to be able to, or decided not to, whatever, at the time address these things. It is okay for y'all to be able to share your side now. We are not wanting anyone to come after these people.
No,
you guys have to share what
in the past. Like I'm sure a lot of these people, you know, have either changed, split, fused, integrated, whatever. I don't really know, but yeah, at the end of the day, there is only one narrative out there, and it's the narrative that's provided by these other people. We need there to be a fair balance of, well, you know, actually, here's my side of the story. It's up to you who you believe. Or if you choose to believe anyone at all. At the end of the day, it's not really anybody's business. But yeah, we're only saying this for ourselves, really, to be like, yeah, no, we're not just gonna take all these questions still being thrown at us many, many years later, like you did this and you did that, and we're like, well, actually, no, that's not actually what happened. So I don't remember it. So yeah, that's it. Do not go and attack anybody.
Okay, so moving into some stuff about Patreon. There was a time when your system was unable to meet some Patreon tier rewards, and your system told patrons that they were helping you to eat and pay rent, and that otherwise your system would be homeless. Later financial records were revealed that alleged that this was less likely to be the case. You probably weren't going to be homeless according to these records, and your system wasn't suffering financially.
Yeah, I can address that. So when we were worried about finances and rent and food and stuff like that, that was around the beginning of 2020 to sort of mid 2020 time. So again, when we'd sort of left the internet, or prior to that, when we didn't have anywhere near the number of subscribers that we do now, or did at the end of 2020. So the money wasn't massive or anything like that. You don't get that much from AdSense on YouTube, not as much as people seem to think you do. But yeah, we suddenly had to move house in the middle of COVID sort of exploding, and as in like coming into the public awareness in the UK at least. And we were very worried about, you know, whether we were going to be able to afford somewhere with such short notice, when people were not really wanting to invite other people to come and rent my space or stuff like that. And we'd also just paid a lot of money trying to get, like, this was around the time that we still had a partner system who we were engaged to. We were planning a wedding, and we'd spent a lot of money on sort of like a notice to marry and visas and stuff like that, which fell through. But we didn't have that much. So yes, we were worried about it, and Patreon funds did go to sort of basic needs. Anything that we'd had before that from Patreon that went above that, we put aside to save for things like going to be interviewed with Anthony. But at that point, it was very much just like, okay, we're worried about having somewhere to live.
Yeah.
And these financial records, the only records that I know of that have become available to the public at all are dissociated Ltd's bank statement, which is dissociated Ltd as a limited company didn't even exist until late 2020. Yeah, late 2020. And we made it a business, a company, because our accountants suggested that we should, because when you make a company, it's considered its own separate entity, which is why Sergio Costa is able to sue us personally and the business, because it's considered its own thing. Same with bank accounts. I can't just take and withdraw the money. None of us can, because it's its own thing. It's not our money, it's the business's money. But yeah, that didn't exist till late 2020. And we'd come back online, and then around that time as well, we were getting brand deals with sponsorships and stuff like that. And if you do want to try and make money on YouTube or social media, that's where your money's going to come from. It's if you can get brand sponsorships and deals and things like that from bigger brands, that's where your income's going to come from. So that money went into the dissociated bank account, and that was well after we were talking about, you know, where are we going to live, what's going on with food and stuff like that. So the accounts that came out were for April 2021, and the money that was in the dissociated Ltd bank account. And yeah, that was like a full year after we were really worried about that kind of stuff and had been public about being worried about it. So yeah, unrelated, honestly. Money does change, income changes massively, and we obviously had that massive increase of subscribers as well. So yeah, that's all that was.
And just for the beginning of that, talking about, which also kind of ties into an upcoming question, so we'll just mush them together. So being unable to meet Patreon tier rewards and choosing not to pause those tiers.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that? And like, did you let people know that you were not going to be able to fulfill those rewards and everything?
Yeah, so that was when we were trying to take that time off, when everything was absolutely nuts in sort of summer 2020 into like autumn time. And first of all, when that started, we didn't even know that you could pause Patreon tiers.
Patreon's confusing.
Huh?
Patreon's confusing.
Yeah, I mean, like we weren't like looking through settings or anything at that point in time. But I don't even know when that became an option. It might have been an option from the start and we just didn't know about it. But yeah, we didn't know that was an option. And then we did at some point definitely put a post on Patreon, and it was pinned. So whatever tier you were on, however you were visiting, it was always at the very, very top of the page. That said, look, we're not active right now. We won't be fulfilling new rewards and stuff like that. Can't remember exactly what it said, but it was along those kind of lines. We are leaving this up if you would essentially like to donate money to help us while we can't work. And obviously with Patreon, once you've pledged to a particular tier, you can see all the posts from that tier for all the years before. So while they might not have been getting any new rewards, they still had access to a vault of rewards for like 2 years, up to 3 years, something like that, previous. And it was obviously Patreon's choice if they wanted to stay or leave. And, you know, if they did want to come back when we were active, then they totally could. But yeah, we did pin that so people knew that we weren't active. And obviously, most people on our Patreon, I would assume, would have been following us on other socials where we said we're not going to be online. But yeah, that's what that was. We weren't deliberately trying to fool anybody or anything. We just were in a very bad way. We did what we could to signpost that we wouldn't be available for new stuff.
Yeah, and also, like, at a certain point, it's people's decision and people's responsibility if they're going to decide to still pledge to that, to still support in that way. And like,
a lot of people were really happy to, like, if nobody wanted to, or it was received badly or something like that, then we probably would have deleted the Patreon if we really had to. I'm not sure. Whoa, sorry, I started to dissociate there.
no, you're totally good.
We had a lot of people who were like, don't worry about it, don't worry about rewards, we're just here to support you, you know. We hope that you feel better, you know, and we don't care about what we get back, we are here to support you, type thing, which was amazing and phenomenal. And that's one of the reasons why we kind of kept it going.
Yeah, do you want to do a little grounding moment?
I will have some very cold water and I will hold my hand over this candle and see.
Okay.
Sorry.
We can do a little dance real quick.
Oh, we'll dance. It's not that bad. I think I just had a moment where somebody got quite close and was a bit like upset.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, just a reminder to everyone, like, just because you yourself would not choose to do that and don't understand that does not mean that other people won't have a different thought process, and does not mean that the creator did anything wrong in just keeping that up, communicating clearly.
I mean, I'm not saying that we could have done better. I mean, like, I genuinely, my memory of that time period is very mixed. It's very very hard to tell what happened in order of time. And the only reason that we're able to a lot of the time is because we have screenshots of things with dates. But yeah, I can't say that we couldn't have done better, and I'm not trying to shirk any responsibility for that. Anything that we do need to take accountability for and apologize for, we absolutely will. But I can say that none of the actions that we took during that time period were malicious. We were doing the best that we could, and we've always had the best interests of the people who support us at heart. Because we are not the kind of people who, we're not malicious people. We don't like hurting people. We don't try and be anything other than transparent about who we are and how we're doing. So if we could have done better, I'm sure in many ways we could have, and I would have loved to. But yeah, none of it was intentionally hurtful. We were just having a fucking rough time.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously we won't shirk responsibility for anything that we do need to be like, yeah, you know what, I was wrong. But in that situation, I think that we did the best that we could.
Yeah. You ready to move forward?
I'm ready to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, of course. And remember, saying no to that is always okay. We can take a pause.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm good for now. I think.
Cool. Okay. So let's talk about, so your system struck Granddad's Lounge's videos. Shortly after Sergio Costa initially struck your videos. YouTube later ended up ruling in Granddad's Lounge's favor and keeping them up, suggesting that the strikes were unjustified and Granddad's Lounge's videos were fair use. Why did you strike those videos, and do you like stand by that?
I stand by striking the videos. I do want to make clear that I didn't strike the channel. The only reason that I asked for those videos to be either removed or edited was because they were using, at some points, almost whole videos of ours. Like it wasn't like they were just using clips for a lot of them. Some of them were nearly whole videos. Um, and usually like that's not good practice in general, but we've been fine with like other accounts like cringy and wow, it's just gone out of my head. Vangelina, and you said Vanessa, sorry Vangelina, using our content to either give their fair opinion and reflect on what they think has happened and use parts of our content to illustrate that. Or, for example, in Cringy and Grandad's Lounge cases, to absolutely just try and rip the shit out of us in the nicest possible way. But we've never had any issue with that. Like, people are entitled to do that, which is why we've never struck anybody's videos for it. So that wasn't the issue. What the issue for us was not just the fact that he was using excessive amounts of our content, but the reason he was using that content was to spread absolutely insane conspiracy theories about survivors of certain types of abuse. And I know that some of these types of abuse are controversial, apparently. I don't think that it's anybody's right to say you can or can't have been abused in this way. I think if somebody says this happened to me, unless you are proved wrong, like with zero doubt, you do not mock or shame anyone for the abuse that they experienced. You do not try and invalidate or discredit the survivors of abuse that are already silenced far more than would ever be okay. Being silenced at all is not okay. But the fact that he was using our content to do that as a weapon or a tool, essentially, against these people was absolutely not okay with us. We make our content and have always made our content to help people, to validate people, and to spread awareness in the best way we can. We will not allow our content to be used without permission to hurt survivors of our community. You can hurt us with it all you want. That's fine. Do that. We won't have any issue with it. We never have. But don't you dare try and use stuff that we spent hours, days, weeks, months making to cause damage to people who have already experienced far more than they ever should have. So yes, we stand by it. And also the way that YouTube strikes and stuff work, just because his content wasn't removed doesn't mean that YouTube deemed it fair use. So what happens is anybody can strike a video and say, I own some content in this and I believe it's being used without my permission and unfairly. If the creator, so in this case Grandad's Lounge, decides that he wants to argue or contest with that, they can send a counter notification. That counter notification is then forwarded to the claimant. So in this case, it was forwarded to us at dissociaDID. And unless the claimant, us, can prove that they're taking legal action and have filed in a court that they're taking this further legally, then YouTube won't do anything and it will be put back up. So that's why the only reason that it was put back up was because we didn't take legal action, not because YouTube deemed that it was fair use. YouTube washes their hands of it once you submit a counter notification and stuff like that, essentially. And you're right, at that time was when Sergio Costa decided to try and strike all our videos. And if you've seen our video about what happened to dissociaDID, which is pinned on our channel, we've got all the screenshots and stuff like that. It goes over YouTube's policies and stuff like that, which also would have affected Grandad's Lounge. And we were very much like, we've got to prioritize what's going on here. This guy's trying to ruin our life, whereas this guy's just making an asshole of himself. I'm going to focus on this one over here, who's not being very nice, and we have to focus on him. So yeah, I stand by what I did. I don't think that using our content like that is fair. I don't think that the things that he say are fair. I don't watch most of them, to be honest. I've seen bits of them, and what I have seen is repulsive. So yeah, that's all. Don't want our content being used for that. Use it to attack us, sure, fine, but don't attack other people with stuff that we've made.
Yeah. And so this last question, and again, we're being very clear, do not attack other people here. This last question is,
that includes Grandad's Lounge.
Yeah.
Like, don't attack any other creators. Full stop. Doesn't matter how we feel about them. That's just our opinion. Don't take it
also,
as an account.
and also includes Sergio Costa. He's not
Oh
a
yeah,
creator.
don't go after him. Please don't go after him, because that probably wouldn't reflect well on anything. None of this is meant to be disparaging in any way. That's just like, they did that, we didn't like it. It doesn't mean that they're a terrible, awful person. It doesn't mean that anybody should go and attack them. Please don't do that for any of these people. And I've been genuine and firm about that. If you do that, we will not support you. Full stop.
And so can you comment on why your system did not address the mob of fans abusing other creators and users in dissociaDID's name more aggressively than your system did? Or is that true?
No, we were very, 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 very clear. And we said multiple times on a YouTube community tab and on Instagram and wherever else we were active, we've heard people are doing this. Do not do it, in as firm terms as we could. Don't do it. If you do that, we don't support you. We don't consider you supporters of us. There is absolutely no reason and no excuse ever to send people hate. Like, we've been on the receiving end of it to a massive scale, and we wouldn't wish it on anybody. And we definitely don't want anybody ever doing it or ever have been doing it under the pretense of, or we're trying to defend dissociaDID or whatever. So no, we were very, very clear a number of times. And also we went above and beyond what I've seen a lot of other creators do by actually making an email account, where if somebody saw someone attacking anyone and saying that they were like a fan of ours or a follower of ours, and they were doing it because of that reason, they could just send proof there, and we would go and step in. And we did a number of times. That happened. Unfortunately, people thought that it would be great to sign that email up to like newsletters and stuff like that they knew would contain triggering material for us. So whenever we'd go in, we'd get extremely triggered, have a lot of flashbacks, and people started trying to hack the account, and we couldn't get back in. And it was through like mail.com, and they weren't helpful, not very helpful. So at the end, we had to leave that alone. But we did make a number of posts and stuff like that saying, please don't do this. We won't support you. Just stop it. This isn't okay. And at that point, there's really nothing more that any creator can do. You can't control other people's actions. Certainly not million people. Like, everyone has their own minds. I couldn't do anything about it. None of us could. But we did everything that we could, for sure.
Yeah. We got to the end of that section.
Hey. Fantastic. My hand's full because I've been waiting around. Sorry, yeah.
So we're moving into the second section, and this section is going to be talking about race issues, allegations of racism. Let's jump in. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So I'm just going to go through some bullet points that are the things that have kind of been alleged, and we can go through them. But so communities of color have alleged your system's previous content featured cultural appropriation and racist overtones, included but not limited to using the term Black to describe your system's alter Nadia. I've said this before, I really struggle not saying Nadia because we have a Nadia in our system. So sorry if I mispronounce. Using the term Native American to describe Nadia, using the term Asian to describe Gregory, posting art that depicted Nadia as both Black and Native, wearing feathers in your hair and turquoise jewelry in a video where Nadia was fronting, allegedly attempting an Indian accent when Amira was fronting with Sally, and deleting the comments of people of color who were speaking out against these issues.
Sure. Okay, so the first thing I want to address is something about the feathers in the hair. We've never worn feathers in our hair. Nadia hasn't either, but she did in one video wear a feather earring. So it might have looked like feathers in her hair, but she also, I think she had her hair down on one side, so if she turned her head, you would be able to see it was a feather earring. So no, we don't wear feathers in our hair. Nadia doesn't wear feathers in her hair in this body or anything like that. And the jewelry was a gift. But with the Nadia referring to herself as being black, and she said that her background has Native American influences, we first addressed and apologized for that 3 years ago, in 2019, I believe. The second it was first brought to our attention that that was problematic, and we spoke to some members of that community, and like both the native community and the black community, to try and understand exactly what it was that we weren't educated on it at all. We were completely ignorant, and it's always our responsibility to educate ourselves, and we tried to the best we could, and we're never going to put the onus or responsibility of people from those cultures to educate us, but we do try to hear directly from them and their experiences to understand what was wrong, how we made that mistake in the first place, and how we can make sure that it never happens again. So we did do that. We made an apology. It was Chloe at the time and Nadia weighed in, and they apologized for using the term black when Nadia was describing herself as black in the inner world, not obviously in this body. As you can see, we are the same color as that wall nearly. We are very, very white. We would never insert ourselves into black spaces, native spaces, any spaces that don't correspond to this body and the experiences that this body has had. But when Nadia was describing how she looked inside, she used the term black, and we all men in our system, we all thought that the term black was just referring to skin color, and that was extremely ignorant, extremely ignorant. And we absolutely did not connect the idea of black as a skin color also involving a whole culture and a history that would obviously all be a massive part of being black. So it was just genuine ignorance and not knowing better. And the same with the Native American influences. Nadia is not a fictive, but we've been able to identify sort of why she exists and where she came from. And as children, we were exposed to a lot of media that probably had a lot of stereotypes of Native American people in them. And obviously, as a child, we didn't know anything about that at all. And there's one particular character out of the book, and we're not going to name the book because we don't want anybody to. That's kind of private for Nadia, you know. But there was one character who was very much like Nadia, and they were sort of native, at least native inspired, something along those lines. And that character was had experienced a lot of trauma in their past, was very young, and always bounced back, was extremely friendly, very outgoing, very light-hearted, and sort of was able to overcome anything. And that is also exactly what Nadia used to be like. So I think that our brain latched onto that and how that character looked, along with a lot of other influences that we had at the time. Like, for example, our favorite movie was Spirit, which is a movie about a horse. And in that movie, the only humans that are the good guys, the heroes of the movie, are Native Americans and a Native American tribe, who are obviously being massively persecuted and attacked. And I guess our brain latched onto things like that and felt some kind of connection with, we admire these people that we're seeing in this media. We feel that they are strong and that they are good, and we feel some kind of connection to it as a child. And so our brain kind of absorbed that, and that essentially became Nadia, this kind of symbol of strength. It was never anything malicious or out of I don't know, no kind of mocking or anything like that. It was genuinely because we saw this stuff and we thought these people were strong and
Yeah.
powerful and inspiring. And I do apologize, and I've apologized a number of times before, we all have, but I will do it again as many times as we need to, and take accountability as many times as we need to, for using those terms like Black, Native American inspired, Asian in Gregory's case. It was genuinely that we were describing facial features. We did not know better. That doesn't erase the pain that it caused, or the negative impact that it may have caused, or the people that we hurt by not knowing better, especially with having a platform in the way that we do. And I'm genuinely sorry. All of us are. We will not make that mistake again. We tried to educate ourselves as best we could, and we'll continue to. We will always listen to the voices of people who tell us, hey, you've got something wrong here. About the deleting comments, I'm pretty sure that's about when we came back from our break in 2020 to post about the Black Lives Matter movement, because we'd seen what happened to George Floyd. And we knew that we made an educated risk in coming back, because we weren't going to be able to deal with the internet comments and stuff like that. Again, we were not doing well, but we were so angry and shocked and affected by what we were seeing, and knowing that we had a platform, we felt like we needed to say something. And it wasn't just a post that was like, we support Black Lives Matter. We tried to put together a list of ways people could help, places to donate, who to call, that kind of stuff, so that we could hopefully use our reach to do something positive and help. And that was the only reason why we came back for that. There were loads of comments about us being racist in the way that we just addressed, and stuff like that, and we responded to them. They were all left up. Well, a lot of them were left up and visible, with our apologies, our us taking responsibility and accountability for that, and also a lot of discussions about race and racism. But some of the comments that were left were too much for us to be able to handle at that point in time, when we were still incredibly traumatized and vulnerable, and actively in a very delicate place. And those comments we deleted, but we treated those comments the same way that we treat comments on any other post. It was, if you are excessively triggering or intentionally cruel, for ways other than just, hey, you did something wrong, can you do something about it, and it was something we couldn't handle at the time, we would delete it for our own health and safety, essentially, so that we weren't pushed down to the kind of place we had been a few months earlier.
Well, and the ability to keep engaging in that thread. And the ability to keep engaging in that thread and keep it a place where you can go back to. Also, just to clarify, those comments that you were deleting, were they just people of color, or were they just...
Oh no, anybody. We weren't looking at who was leaving them, just what they were saying. So no, we didn't treat it as any different from any other post. We weren't going and checking, you know, is this a Black person leaving this? Is this any person of color? Is it a white person, or anything like that? And we obviously were deleting anybody who was like, boo, anti Black Lives Matter, or anything like that. You get blocked immediately. Like, get off our page, you arsehole. And then the only other thing that I can think about addressing for that is, we did put up another post on our Instagram and stuff like that, and it was also in our Instagram stories, again addressing the race allegations, the racist allegations. Sorry, I had a bit of a brain fart there, completely forgot the word. So we'd address that again, and put it somewhere big, and we were also still addressing it in a lot of comments, both on YouTube and Instagram, as time went on. And then it got to a point where we were advised by somebody that that you've addressed this a number of times constantly. It's difficult for you to do it every time. Why don't you just direct people to where you've addressed it before? And then after you've done that for a couple of months, you can just start deleting it, because it will be easy to find. You've addressed it a lot of times before. If people keep bringing it up in a nasty way, then they're probably doing it just to cause you distress, and you won't be able to move on, and your community won't be able to move forward unless you're able to say, yeah, no, we did take responsibility for that, and we will continue to, but we can't keep having this brought up over and over again, or we won't be able to move forward. So that's all that was. It wasn't trying to silence anybody. It wasn't about trying to dodge responsibility for what we did. We will always take responsibility and own up to what we did, and we are sorry. But no, it's never been our intention to shame anybody from any community, and it never will be. And we will never try to silence anybody because they are from a specific community. That's not what we're about at all. And if we've ever given that impression in the past or done that in the past, then I apologize for that too, and we will take accountability as a system for it as well, because that's not what we want to be, and those are not the actions we want to be taking. So I am sorry.
Moving forward, can you comment? So there was something that was talked about how your system had stated during the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, use the phrase "my life matters too" while talking to a person of color. And what was the context that was in, and can we talk about that?
We can, definitely. So first of all, I want to say that was a stupid thing to say and incredibly bad wording. What we actually said was "our life matters too," our life singular, about our system. We were talking to Axolotls system about what we just explained about having some filters on the Instagram comments for that post. So for example, anything that was really nasty, we would delete. And they were like, "Are you silencing people?" And we were trying to explain that no, we're not. There are loads of discussions about race and racism, and also about us and how we've contributed to racism in the past without knowing better, and what we've done to change that. So we're not trying to silence anybody or make people not talk about racism or not talk about the part that we've played in it, which we are extremely ashamed of. The things that we are deleting are just because we're still on a break. We only came back for this to try and help, and we are not in a mentally stable enough place to be able to handle comment sections that are just full of people telling us that, you know, we are disgusting, awful people who should die, or that we are. There were people who were saying things like, you're part of the reason why this boy has been murdered, and stuff like that. And it was very intense and heavy stuff, very intense and heavy stuff. And Axolotl system, absolutely, as any system of color, would have every right to be upset in that situation. I mean, I was upset as a white person. I can't even imagine the kind of turmoil that it was causing the Black and POC community. And I won't even try to, because I wouldn't be able to comprehend it. So it made sense. They were triggered. They were upset. We were also triggered and upset. And we were talking specifically about we don't want to, you know, we're trying to do the best we can whilst also, brain, come on. If you can hear banging, it's the guinea pigs running around, but it's throwing me off. We were trying to. You're throwing me off, guinea pigs. What was I saying?
You were talking about the context with saying our life matters too.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, no, we were saying that we're still in a very, very bad place. The only reason we're deleting comments that are exceptionally triggering to us or may be extremely triggering to other people is because we recently had a suicide attempt. We're still in that place, and we are trying to protect ourselves so that we don't go back to that place. And yeah, that's what the discussion was about. We were talking specifically about the fact that we didn't want to have another suicide attempt, and we're trying to juggle the balance between taking accountability for our actions and allowing people of color to have a voice on our platform, whilst also protecting ourselves from unnecessarily cruel comments that we weren't able to handle at that time. It was not meant to be anything to do with the All Lives Matter movement, because frankly we think that that's bullshit. You know, there's that phrase, was it all lives don't matter until Black Lives Matter. White people and other races at that point were not the focus. That was not the issue. White people have had the stage for God knows how long now. This was one time that everybody needed to be coming together for a different community. So like shut up and take a seat. We want nothing to do with that. It was extremely bad wording on our part. And I honestly remember as Nin being like, oh fuck, of course that's going to be misconstrued as soon as I said it, and regretted it. And we did almost immediately apologize to Axolotls, asked if there was a way that we could make it right and express what we were actually talking about, and that we didn't mean to add to any kind of triggers or cause any further harm, but that we were sorry. And that was very bad wording, and we take responsibility for that bad wording, but it was not anything to do with all lives matter or our life matters more than anyone else. It wasn't about that at all.
I think that we finished up that section. Yay. So
you're doing okay? Do you need a
yes.
break food or something?
No, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm like a bit floaty, but otherwise I'm fine.
I just wanted to share in this break little puppy happiness.
Hi, Cora. Oh, she's so cute.
Just a little serotonin boost to keep going.
Do you mind if I take a quick bite of chocolate for sugar? Sometimes that helps when we're dissociating.
Please do it. I'm gonna drink coffee. Yes, intermission music.
What?
I just said intermission music.
What? It's chocolate for me. It's not for you. You've been very noisy this whole time. Yes, you have. You've been very noisy. Okay. Oh no. Oh my god, are you joking? It wasn't fucking plugged in.
Oh no.
Is it plugged in now? Yeah, it's charging now.
Okay, good.
It's got 59% battery. For God's sake, could you imagine if I hadn't noticed?
Okay, you ready to keep going?
Come on.
While your mouth is full. And just again, a reminder to everyone, like, while we're going through this, we are keeping it light. We are keeping it moving because we have to. And while we are talking about really intense subjects, that's not us trying to minimize it at all. But we just have to be able to keep going. We have a lot to get through.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm sorry if there's chocolate in my teeth at any point during this.
I'll let you know if I notice, but you're very small on the screen, so.
Okay. I'm
okay.
ready to go.
Getting into this next section. So this next section is about inappropriate sexual innuendos and activity, conversations, connections online. Can you comment on the TikTok where your system duetted someone making a joke about working on their gag reflex, who then people found that account, they were 17. Yeah. When your account was labeled 18 plus.
Yeah, so our account is labeled, or at the time was, sorry, I feel like I might burp. Sorry.
You're good.
Excuse me. Sorry. So sorry, it's because I've just been eating chocolate. Yeah, so our account at that time said 18 plus for occasional suggestive content. So it was more of a content warning, like you might come across. I think we had two very mild thirst traps on the account at that point, but we wanted to put that in anyway. So it wasn't an like 18 plus account, as in like we weren't talking about kink or anything like that. But this person's video came up on our For You page. I didn't check their age or anything like that because I didn't think it was necessary. Um, Basically, what's happened with this is that other people have imposed a sexual context onto something that, in our opinion, was not meant to be sexual at all. We didn't intend it to be a sexual innuendo. Essentially, what this guy did was he had a flower, like you couldn't tell at the start of the video, but he had a flower like in his throat, and he opened his mouth and he pulled this flower out, but he gagged on it. And the first time that I, as Nin, saw him do it, I genuinely thought that he was gonna just vomit everywhere or start choking on it or something like that. Like I was really, I was like, oh my god, what's about to happen? But no, he pulled out this flower, gagged on it, and said, "For you, my lady," or something along those lines. It was very obviously a joke, and it made us think of, when people pull out like those multicolored napkins that are all sort of tied in a line out of their mouths. I've never seen anybody gag or throw up while doing that. And also, I'd assume if you're giving somebody a flower as a gift, or you're trying to do it as a magic trick, you're not going to want to projectile vomit on them because you've gagged on it, you know?
Yeah.
So I watched it and kind of blind. It was like a second time blind react, essentially. Like we'd seen the first bit of it, but not the full ending. Um, and I was like, oh my god, maybe we can work on your gag reflex. I wasn't meaning it like maybe we can work on your gag reflex, but maybe like maybe you can do that. It was supposed to be a joke, but it was not supposed to be a sexual joke. It wasn't about that kind of gagging at all. Was not in our head. Was not on our mind. It was literally just with magic tricks like that, you don't usually gag, and we wouldn't want to see people vomiting while trying to. That's all it was. It wasn't supposed to be sexual innuendo. Sexual context was imposed upon it by other people. And I'm sorry if it did come across to that person or to anyone else as some kind of inappropriate flirtation, because it was intended to be innocent and we don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just a misunderstanding. It wasn't anything like that.
And with that, we just recently we made a post asking people what they wanted talked about and everything. And some people were saying in that conversation what they wanted talked about in this video. We're talking about like 18 plus labels for accounts and how that's its own whole community and is kind of for like the kink community and the BDSM community and stuff that really should be like maybe behind paywalls or like on protected sites and stuff on private accounts. So we had a whole conversation with them and we ended up changing our like warning on our account because we had an 18 plus occasional content warning. So now ours is like occasionally 18 plus content, but not an 18 plus warning. And I know that y'all changed yours too. And
Yeah. Ours
just
says,
it's just minors do not interact for trauma talk and mature themes, right?
it's got a little like warning exclamation mark thing, like the yellow one. And it says minors DNI trauma talk / mature themes, and then another little emoji of the exclamation mark. But that's it. It's essentially like a please be aware if you're on this page, you may see stuff where we explicitly talk about trauma or something else along those lines that may be sexual. So just be aware, but it's not an 18 plus account.
And so because of that, like, are you going to vet a little bit more if you duet videos or something?
We're not going to be doing anything where we haven't checked the age of the person anymore, even if it is innocent, just because of this. Oh yeah, if they don't have an age in their description, then we probably just won't duet them. We'll probably only duet friends, to be honest, or people that we actually know, just to be safe. But yeah, that's how we're going to be careful. But obviously, we can't check every single comment that
Yeah.
people leave and who's leaving them. Like we trust because we've got please minus don't interact to try and make sure that this doesn't happen. We can't be checking because we get like thousands of comments.
Yeah.
We can't go through and check everyone's profile. But we don't generally leave anything flirtatious in comments or anything like that anymore either,
Yeah.
because it's usually me on there. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And also, I just wanted to speak to a lot of people have a lot to say about like people posting thirst trap type content or whatever, and especially being like someone who's made mental health content and stuff. And I just want to say from our perspective, like there's such a big issue, especially when someone's being clear on their account, like, hey, this is just for fun. I'm not educating here. I'm having fun. I'm going to post mature content sometimes. There's so much mature content out there, and the like double standard of wanting people who have been through assault and abuse and who are talking about that to then be these like pure people who don't show sexuality at all is a really big issue in our community. I feel like I'm not wording this very well, but I hope everyone understands what I mean.
I'd be careful
And
with the word pure, but other than that, I completely understand what you're saying.
yeah,
Like very like well covered and almost
yeah,
puritan, perhaps.
yeah.
Like,
And it's just like I'm just very modest.
that's it.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. But like that's such a double standard, and also the issue that people have with someone just being comfortable in their own sexuality and like embracing their own sexuality, that's a huge part of healing.
Mm.
um and it is something that is very common online. Of course, yes, your videos are going to pop up on people's For You pages who you can't vet that. They're not going directly to your profile. They're not seeing the like minors don't interact. You're doing what you can. And TikTok is not a children's site like people like to make it out. Anyways, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about this. Don't be sexist.
Yeah.
Check yourself. It's my opinion.
Okay. But yeah, we'd never intentionally interact in any kind of sexual or even flirtatious way with anybody who's honestly under 21 for us, maybe even, I don't know, 22.
Yeah.
Anything below that is like,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. So yeah.
Okay, moving on. Sorry, I had my own little opinions there.
No, they're fair opinions. You talk about it a lot on your TikTok as well. Like I've seen you post stuff about it. I've seen you post stuff like that on your TikTok as well, like talking about it, and it's all fair about healing and
Yeah.
reclaiming your sexuality as a survivor of sexual abuse and assault and stuff like that. It's important.
Yeah. And also, like, a lot of people have a lot to say about mental health people, and especially the DID community, of being like, your audience is so young and you know that, and you should be doing better. And like, we've said a lot about this. I
So
don't need to get into our whole rant about that.
we hear so many people talking about our young audience. I can tell you right now that I think it's only 7% of our audience is under 18. The rest
Yeah.
are either 24 to 30, I think, or older. Like we do
Or
not
lying
have a
about
young
their age.
audience. Huh?
Or lying about their age online.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah, good point. Yeah, actually that's a very valid point. I hadn't even thought about that. But I don't consider our community to be a young
yeah.
going to my analytics on YouTube audience. Yeah, only people listed on YouTube as under 18 are 6.8%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just because maybe sometimes certain accounts feel young or are more vocal, the reality is most people who are talking about mental health, who are aware of their own DID or anything, are going to be adults, just due to how this disorder develops. And yes, it develops in childhood, but it's hard to detect when you're younger.
Yeah.
So just anyways, I'm not forming good coherent thoughts right
You're
now, but I
fine.
think that people can understand where I'm going with it.
Yeah. like be careful with who you're interacting with, but also at some point, the you need to be careful of what you're interacting with as a consumer,
Yeah.
because we can't be aware of everybody and everything and what they're doing when we've got a million people like following us. It's we couldn't do it even if we tried. But yeah, would never be intentional, and we'll take steps to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We won't be duetting random people that we don't know. And yeah, there was never any sexual intention meant. It was not meant to mean what a lot of people assumed it meant, and we did clarify that in comments as well. But yeah, that's what that was just other people imposing a sexual context onto something that was meant to be innocent.
Yeah. So moving forward, can you comment on some people allege that there were BDSM overtones in some of your system's previous videos, particularly ones featuring Team Piñata?
I genuinely don't know what that's about, and the only thing that I can possibly think of is the fact that when like Nin and Riven did some videos together, I think they were doing each other's makeup. Yeah, they were doing each other's makeup. Nin had hickeys on her neck. I did deliberately sit when I was Nin so that the worst side was not visible. There wasn't too much I could do about the other side. But yeah, we did mention in that video, and also content warned that video before we talked about it and stuff like that, that Nin and Riven were in a sexual relationship. At that point, it was a sexual relationship. And it helped both of them as holders of sexual trauma to process through their trauma in with a safe partner. But we never spoke about BDSM. I don't think we ever alluded to BDSM in any of our videos, whether that system was in it or not. So I genuinely don't know where that came from. I wore a collar, but that's literally just a normal fashion collar. I've seen loads of people have it. It's like a little black, really cheap one that was like $1.99 with a little heart thing on it, and that was a gift from a follower. We bought another one in pink, which is how I know it was $1.99 because I thought it was cute. But yeah, that wasn't a BDSM thing. If you were trying to use that for BDSM, that wouldn't work. But because it's like flimsy. But yeah, no, I do not. I genuinely don't know what that's about. If somebody would like to inform me, I'd be more than open to hearing about it, and I would address that. But off the top of my head, there was never at least any intentional inclusion of BDSM or anything to do with it in any of our videos.
Did your system ever knowingly use any dissociated YouTube or social media account to help Team Piñata satisfy their sneezing fetish kink? We've talked about before, neither of us really know the difference, so we're going to use them interchangeably.
Yeah, yeah, we'll use them like they're the same word. Like I don't know the difference. But no, no, very, very, very firm no, absolutely not. My life and my channel as Nin and also as the rest of the system did not revolve around one of Nin's partner's fetishes.
Yeah.
And we did not ever intentionally include that in any part of our life. And I think that one thing that a lot of people actually have misunderstood about Nan's sneezing fetish kink that they had was that Nan was very asexual, and I mean very asexual. Like even extremely intense flirting would completely go over their head. They did not understand sexual cues. They didn't understand. It just didn't compute with them at all. So I think a lot of people, when they hear that they had a sneezing fetish, think that, oh well, you know, every time they heard a sneeze or something like that, that would be sexual to them. But it was more like sneezing was the only thing that could induce any kind of sexual arousal in them. And in order for that to happen, it needed to be already established as a sexual situation, obviously with a consenting partner in the bedroom. So if they saw somebody sneeze at any other time, it was just like, oh, that's cute. It wasn't. It wasn't sexual. It wasn't inherently sexual. It was just the only thing that could be to them because nothing else. Like it didn't click with them. Like it didn't click at all. And obviously that's due to a lifetime of very, very intense trauma. But no, so even if there were like any sneezes or stuff like that that happened to be kept in, it wouldn't have been something that Nan was like, oh my god, that's so sexy. They would have just been like, oh, cute, kind of similar way that other people would be like, oh, that's sweet. So no, but also no, it was never intentionally kept in for that kind of reason. If I kept in a sneeze, it would be the same reason that I might keep in me accidentally kind of choking on a drink or knocking something over or something like that because it's sweet and funny.
Yeah.
So no.
Um, uh, can you comment on why your system chose the name on your Patreon $1 tier, Little Love? Was your system aware that Little Love is a term that is, or a phrase that's often used by pedophiles?
No. We named that tier because Patreon says you should name your tiers after things that are relevant to you and your audience. So what we did at the beginning was we'd be like, okay, well, what do you guys think that our patrons would like? You can each have a tier and it will be named after you. So for example, Nadi was like, let's do some funny stuff, let's give some bloopers. Kyle was like, I want to hang out with people. So I made one that was called Kick It with Kyle and stuff like that. Sally was obviously very sweet, like let's write some letters and like do cute stuff like that. And the little love tier was literally based on give a little love because it's our smallest tier. It's like $1 or whatever the equivalent is in your country. So yeah, it's literally. I'm pretty sure that's used on like every jingle in the UK as well. Like I think it's Tesco, like give a little this Christmas, give a little this Valentine's, that kind of thing. And also based off the phrase like give a little, get a lot. It was nothing to do with anything else. Somebody did let us know at one point in that paedophiles use that, and I was like, okay, but that's got nothing to do with us or anything like that. It's obviously not related to anything like that. So like, yeah, no, it had nothing to do with it. We didn't
Yeah.
even know when we named it. It was just like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know that now, Mm-mm.
Yeah. We actually also, our $1 Patreon tier, without having ever seen your Patreon before that, is also a little love.
Loads of people have it actually.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Yeah. Okay. So can you talk about and let's just talk about like the whole situation of the sleepover. If you need a little break before this also, because I know that this is an intense subject, but there were claims that basically it was made public that it was alleged that your system had made claims that Axolotl and a Trenchcoat system had had sexually assaulted your system at the DID group sleepover. What's
So
your account situation? And do you want to talk about this right now, or do you want to
I would
wait for a
like to
second?
key first because this is a long story. But
Yeah,
also I'm going to tell the story from the literal start, how we got invited to the sleepover, all the way through to when everything went public, which was like over the span of a year or more. So it's a long story, but it's everything in it is important. But can I pee first?
absolutely. Do you want to just keep it going and just
Um,
cut
shall
this part
I?
out?
Shall I? Well, yeah, because it won't stop the recording unless we stop the actual
Yeah,
meeting. So yeah, let's just keep it going. Let me check my battery, see everything's good. 81%, we're fine.
cool, perfect.
I'll be right
Perfect.
back. Let me mute
Yeah,
myself just in case.
Cora's just like completely conked out on my lap.
It's horrible. I love it so much. That must be so grounding as well.
It really is. It's
Oh,
awful.
try and eat something if you feel that you can.
You're a fucking genius.
Oh, I know. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, cool. Hey, good boys. My little bubble bugs. My little bubble doo. My little cuddy badabba doo. I love you. I love you. was way too big. They made the exact same mistake. Protein and potassium.
Hey, let me just refill my drinks of water.
For sure.
And
I'm giving Cora some peanut butter.
Aww, the luckies, girl. Have you managed to eat anything?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good.
What a good girl. Good girl.
Do you think we should leave this in so that people can see that we weren't like discussing what to say or something like that? People can just skip it.
Yes, absolutely, especially because I was just talking to myself and Cora and choking on a banana. I
Didn't
think
even-
yes. Now we'll have our own banana thing and people can guess a little about
Yeah. I can't believe that that's still going around. I was so furious when that was brought up publicly. And it still gets on my tits a little bit, not gonna lie.
No, I'm 100%. Let's keep it in. I'm just sitting here
choking on a banana.
And singing like
not in a sexual way. I'm not making a sexual innuendo because you're choking on a banana. Oh, dude. One of my candle things has gone out. Why?
Oh, no.
You light, it won't do it. Oh. I borrowed one of Sears. Ooh, wax everywhere. One of Sears candles for this. Right. Got wax on the blanket.
Little fun quick story. Our old roommate once, when we first got Cora, one of her ears just did this once, where it just like is flipped over.
Flopped.
And he looked down and he was like, "Oh my god, something happened to her ear." I like freaked out. It was like within like a week of first getting her, and I was like, "Oh my god, my puppy!" And he was like, "Her ear's broken." And I looked down and I was like,
"She's inside out." She's
have you never seen a dog's ear?
That's hilarious. Our family dog does that though. Like, because she's a part spaniel, so her ears will just like they're not within her control.
Absolutely.
Are you ready to go?
Yes, let's do it.
Hands up. Oh, Carl was like, "What are we doing?"
Okay, so yes, let's jump into talking about from start to finish the sleepover story.
Whole fucking story. So, first of all, I've been 3 people involved in this story. So I was Chloe, I was Nina, and I was also Kyle, and all of them are involved in this story from different viewpoints and perspectives. So I is probably going to change a lot because I'll be flipping around between. Sorry, Coffee has put his whole face in the hay bag. Like he's like climbing in it. Like the whole top half of his body is in the. Coffee, what are you doing? I'm slightly worried that he's going to get stuck in there, so just give me a minute to just.
Okay. And this also just like a heads up disclaimer for anyone watching, like I think we really want to keep this light because we also filmed this the other day trying to explain it and have talked about it a few times. And so like we've been through this and it's a tough story. And so
Really,
like we gotta keep it light to be able to get through it and keep going because it's heavy and
I
having to
can't
go through it all.
guarantee, like, I can't guarantee that by the time we've got to the end of it that we won't need a break or something. But right now, I feel absolutely fine. Coffee seems to be fine. He's pulled his head out. So let's continue on with the story. Yeah, I might change a lot because I'm remembering from different perspectives, different memories from different people. But I'll try and make sure that it's understandable. If you ever get confused at anything, Charlie, like give me a point so I can clarify for everyone. But
Sure.
okay, so yeah, Nin didn't exist at this point. This was before Chloe and Nin integrated. So um, Chloe had been speaking to Bobo a little bit, just lightheartedly. They found each other and like started talking through Instagram comments. Like Chloe would comment on her makeup stuff because she did cool makeup, and Bobo would talk to her about like Dodie Clark. We both found that we both like Dodie Clark and stuff like that. So we were sort of friends slash acquaintances at that kind of time. We'd never met in person, and they, from what I remember, and this bit is the blurry bit, is that they mentioned that they were going to a DID sleepover with all the British DID systems or something along those lines. And Chloe mentioned that, oh, that sounds really fun. We've never met anyone with DID in person before.
Yeah.
We hadn't. We'd never met anyone with DID, like face to face. And she, I believe, says something like, you know, Jess and that are always having people over. Why don't I'll just ask if you want to come. Like, I'll ask if you can come, type thing. And Chloe was very much like, are you sure? Like, don't want to intrude. Like, but you know, it'd be lovely to meet you and to meet other people with DID and you know actually experience that. And they were like, yeah, no, come along. So we had to travel to a different country. So it was Wales, which is a different country from England. And that was a day long journey. And I mean a day long journey. Like, we don't drive a car, we never learned to drive a car. So it was like a number of coaches and trains, buses, that kind of stuff. And we started literally in the morning and got to their house, Multiplicity and me's house, in the late evening.
Yeah.
And we were very nervous. And also, long journeys like that do make us ill because our fatigue and our body is just doesn't handle anything well. So when we got there, we were all right when we got there, but during the night we started vomiting, and obviously that was very embarrassing. Oh yeah, and also I did want to mention, because I found this in some messages that I went through the other day to see if anyone had ever mentioned it, like whether Bo had ever mentioned after this happened. And I do have something from her where she actually did say, like, yeah, that this happened, this story that I'm
Yeah.
telling. But I also found a message from Kyle saying to our partner system at the time, saying that he was nervous and embarrassed because the only people that had switched out that evening were him and Ed. And obviously, we'd never actually been around the ID systems before, so we felt very nervous and like, what if our switches look wrong? You know, we just it's somebody else being in the room when you switch or watching you switch or anything like that. It's an extremely vulnerable experience. You're not very protected when you're switching. It's a very vulnerable time. I mean, obviously, you'll know. So yeah, he was nervous. We were all nervous about being around these new people that we'd never met before. They were all friends. We were the newcomers and also the sort of new to the DID YouTube scene as well.
Yeah.
So we very much felt like we were the outsiders and not wanting to make a fuss and stuff like that. So we spent the night. We were vomiting all night. We went downstairs to sleep on their sofa because we were worried about waking up their baby, because their baby was sleeping in the room that was right by where the toilet was. So we didn't want to wake up everybody or the baby, definitely not the baby. So we went and eventually slept on the sofa downstairs so that we wouldn't bother anybody. We woke up when Ed came down in the morning. We heard him talking to Gav, their I don't know if they were married at that point, but now it's their husband. Gav about like, why is she sleeping downstairs type thing. We blew up a mattress for her and everything. This is our space type stuff. So I went in and I was like, I'm really sorry. I was being sick. I didn't want to wake you up or the baby up. And yeah, I hope it was okay. And Ed was like, no, it's totally fine. Like, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. You know, our house is your house type thing. But yeah, that happened, and everybody came down and had some food, and they were all going to go into Cardiff. But I started being sick again, and Multiplicity and me stayed behind with us while everybody else went into Cardiff, which was nice of them. They didn't have to do that. We had a nap, and then felt a bit better after that. Was able to keep some food down. So Jess's system drove us into Cardiff to meet up with everyone else. We went for Wagamamas. I remember that a little was out most of the time we were there. I think we couldn't eat very much again because we were just not feeling good. But yeah, we came back, and then that was that day. And yeah, that was that day. And then the next day we went to like an afternoon tea type thing together, all the systems. So the systems that were there was Axolotls in a trench coat, which we call Axolotl system for ease. There was me, myself, and Alu, who was lovely, so lovely. Stacey was so sweet. Their whole system was just so wonderful. Obviously, Jess and their system from Multiplicity Me, and BoboandCo, obviously, and then Gaz, Multiplicity Me's husband, was around sometimes. So yeah, we all went for afternoon tea, and a waiter at some point during that must have dropped like a dish, a serving plate or something, and it made a really loud metallic clanging banging noise, which startled us into a switch. And I think we would have been fine, but I do remember everyone looking at us, and somebody said, I felt our face start to screw up as I was switching because someone was about to cry, and I heard someone go, oh, there we go, and then we switched out immediately, and it was Omega who was triggered because of the loud noise, and she started to cry quietly. She wasn't like loudly bawling or anything like that, but she was crying and triggered and upset. And Bo was like, oh, come on, come with me, we'll go outside. And we went outside, and I don't remember much of this, but from what Omega told me, Bobo was like hugging her, and stuff like that, while Omega was sort of like apologizing, and then a little switched out, and that little was very much like not an upset little, very, very, very good at coping with adult situations. She's fantastic. And we went back in, and everything was fine. I'm pretty sure Chloe switched back in, and then we went home, back to back to Multiplicity and Mia's house, and I apologized to Bobo, like Chloe apologized to Bobo a lot. Like, I was very embarrassed, very, very embarrassed. Like, we hadn't met these people before. We'd already spent like the night throwing up. We were late to the thing in Cardiff because we'd been throwing up. We'd got triggered at this tea party thing. Like, we were really, really embarrassed and nervous and just really stressed. And we were like, I'm so sorry, like, is everything okay? Like, you need to speak to us about it. Did anybody do anything to make you uncomfortable? Was Omega all right to you and stuff like that? And they were very much like, it's literally fine, don't worry about it, everybody gets triggered, we've seen it all before. If you ever need anything, she said, come get me, like at any point you ever get triggered again, just come get me, it's fine. But yeah, Chloe was very apologetic. And then I think the little spent the rest of the time out. And then I don't remember whether this was then the next day or that afternoon / evening, but we went to a pub, and we don't really drink, so we didn't really drink much. Like, we weren't tipsy or drunk or anything. But Nina came out, and her and Kai from Axolotls system were flirting. And that was all fine and good, all consensual, playful, nothing to worry about. hey sweetie, she's so cute. And then we got back home to Multiplicity house, and I remember having chips. I think everybody got some chips, and we got back, and everyone sort of went their separate ways. Like Multiplicity went to let the dog out, BoboandCo and Casey, her partner, went to smoke. People going to the toilet, so everyone was doing their own thing. And Chloe had switched back out by the time we got back into the house, and I made it very clear, that that Nina wasn't around anymore, that it was Chloe in the body. And we were going to be getting ready to do the live stream. So we were doing a live stream on Multiplicity Me's channel and one on the dissociaDID channel. And earlier that day, BoboandCo had like given me as Kyle like some nice thick eyebrows with makeup. Chloe was trying to fix that, but Kai kept following Chloe around, which was fine. I didn't have an issue with that. But the issue was that he kept talking to Nina, and it wasn't like he was saying like, oh, I'd like to speak to Nina or something like that. He was speaking in Chloe's ear using Nina's name and saying very overtly sexual things and a lot of sexual innuendos and stuff like that, completely ignoring the fact that Chloe was the one in the body. So he was saying like XXXX Nina, or hey Nina XXXXX in Chloe's ear. And Chloe was persistent in saying, that's making me really uncomfortable. Can you please stop it? You're going to trigger Nina out. I don't want you to trigger Nina out. Nina doesn't want to be out right now. I don't like this. Can you please go stand over there? Like, stop, please stop. And said that multiple times. And I do remember being in front of like the mirror. There was like a big wide mirror in Multiplicity Me's living room. And to the sort of left, on the other side of the room, I can't remember who was there, but there were some people on the floor setting up the laptop. But I remember looking in that mirror, trying to sort out the eyebrow stuff, and Kai from Axolotls system, who's quite tall, whereas we're like 5'1", leaning kind of like to the side / back of me, leaning over my shoulder, sort of like curled over us and whispering in our ear, and us being kind of like, he's like, stop, but firm. And then it was time for the live streams. We went and sat down on the floor with everyone else, and Kai came and sat right next to me. He was like generally fine through the live streams, but he did say a couple of things, and obviously we already felt like we'd made an embarrassment out of ourselves in front of all these people. We felt awful. We were still really sick, and Kai was not taking no for an answer, which obviously was really making me very nervous. But also on the live stream, this was the first time anybody was going to see us interacting with other systems, and we didn't want people to be like, oh, well, I guess this is what she's really like when she's not alone in her room, and look at how rude she's being to this guy, she's being snappy and stuff like that, because obviously the stream couldn't hear what he was saying. And I didn't want the other people in the house to think that either, because obviously they all knew each other and stuff. So when he was doing that on the stream, Chloe would be like, stop it, stop, and stuff like that, like still firm, but coming across like kind of like jokey, so that it wasn't looking really aggressive to everybody, because we didn't want people to think we were horrible. And when the stream ended, again, everybody went off to do their own thing, let animals out, smoke, use the toilet, eat something, whatever. And I was the last one left in the room, and I was signing out of like dissociaDID or sorting out the laptop. Can't remember whose laptop it was. We might have swapped. But either way, I was down on the floor where everyone else had been sorting that out, logging out, whatever. And in order to get out of the room, Kai, who stayed in the room with me, I needed to get between Kai and the sofa. So like the bit where if you're sitting on a sofa, the bit that your legs would touch, like your shins. So if you're sitting on that bit of the sofa, and then there's that bit, and then the floor's there, this bit of the sofa, when I got up to walk around and leave the room, he came right up against it. So I was standing here trying to walk between it. He came right up against it and pushed his shins up against mine. So my shins were kind of stuck against the couch, that part of the couch. He didn't push us on the couch or anything like that. But he was kind of almost sort of pinning us like there gently, but still very intense, very large, tall body system. And again, he leaned in to say something. I do not remember what he said. Don't remember if he even said anything, because I switched out and Jade switched in, and she said very firmly with a raised voice, she said, "Enough," like that. She said, "Enough." And she didn't shout, but she did raise her voice. And it was just that one word. And then she pushed her way out. And then I remember Kyle, like I was sort of in the front for a minute, and then it was Chloe again. And I, as Kyle, this is weird because I've got both perspectives, was being like, find Bobo. You know, Bobo, we know Bobo. They're the only people that we know here. Even mildly, she said if anything, happened, go to her, and she'd be around. So we ran into someone on the stairs. Again, this was Chloe in the front with Kyle somewhat around. And I think it was me, myself, and Ali. It could have been someone else. I don't really remember. We were very triggered and panicked. And we were trying to look and appear calm. And we were like, "Where's Bobo?" And they said, "Bobo is in the bathroom." And she's seen something. Sorry. Bobo's in the bathroom. So we went to the bathroom, knocked, and Bobo, I think, was doing her makeup or something like that. She wasn't actually on the toilet. So she let us in, and we said that Kai keeps talking to Nina in my ear, and he's making me really, really uncomfortable. And can you please come and sit next to me so that he doesn't come and sit next to me? That's all we asked, and pretty much all we said, right? And she was like, "Oh yeah, no, of course I'll come and sit next to you so that he can't sit next to you." Because obviously he came and sat next to us for the stream, so I knew he would try to. And she said, "Is it okay if I tell Stacy from me, myself, and Ali so that she can sit on your other side?" We said, "Yeah, like whatever you need to do, just please don't leave me alone with them because I feel uncomfortable." And yeah, I think that at some point, Multiplicity and me were told as well, but I don't remember exactly when. But they did. The two of them sat on each side of me on the sofa for the rest of the night, so that Axolotls couldn't like corner me or anything like that. Not that I'm saying I think they would try to, but it was just nice that they did do that. But we didn't go to them and say they sexually assaulted me or anything like that. We just said they're making me really uncomfortable. They've done this. They keep trying to trigger Nina out, who's a sexual protector. Obviously, that's not okay. Doesn't matter what kind of ultra it is, you don't deliberately try and trigger another ultra out, especially not after being repeatedly denied consent. That's not okay. And we were looking for a way to get home early. And we couldn't that night because it was already evening time, so we knew we'd have to leave in the morning, and that was the earliest that we'd be able to leave this situation. So yeah, we decided to leave a day early. And Bobo said that they would take us to the coach stop, the bus stop, which was lovely of them. Because again, we'd never been to Wales on our own or anything like that. We'd never travelled anywhere on our own before. We were in a different country, didn't know anyone, couldn't drive, had nowhere to go. So Bo was lovely to take us to the bus station in the morning. So we left before Axolotls could wake up, because they'd been asking us that night, like, "Can't you stay longer? Why are you going?" type thing. And yeah, we went home. So essentially what we did was, when something happened that made us feel unsafe, first of all, we put in our boundaries. We said, "No, we're not comfortable with that. Please don't do that." We denied consent. When that was repeatedly pushed, we went to somebody who we felt was safe and said, "Can you please stay with me until I can leave this situation?" And then we left the situation at the earliest possible time we could. So yeah, we went back home, and then we didn't tell anyone else about it except obviously our partner system at the time, and therapists and stuff like that. But we didn't even tell like our close friends back home or anything like that. We were embarrassed, we felt violated, we felt ashamed, humiliated. We were in a lot of shock, especially being that this was the first time we'd met other systems with DID, and that was the last thing that we expected somebody who also would have experienced forced switching and stuff like that. That was the last thing that we expected to happen, and it really shook us a lot. But we didn't tell anyone about it because we didn't want anyone to know. We were embarrassed, and we wondered if maybe we did something wrong. because we always wonder that when things like this happen. But yeah, a year later, I don't know why, BoboandCo tell Axolotls system that we told them that Axolotls had sexually assaulted us. This is what Axolotls told us. So I don't know what Bo actually said. Axolotls comes to us in a message and says, "I'm sorry. Will you forgive me? Didn't mean to do anything like that. Make you uncomfortable." And we were very much like, this is a year in the past. We don't want to think about it. We're probably never going to see them again because they live on the other side of the world in like New Zealand or Australia or something like that. And we were like, honestly, it's fine. It's okay. I really appreciate the apology. And I do want to stress that the issue wasn't you saying sexual things. It's the fact that you were deliberately trying to trigger out another alter by saying those sexual things. It was the deliberately trying to trigger out Nina that was the issue for us. And yeah, they apologized. We accepted their apology. And then they had a big live stream or something where they said that we had falsely accused them of sexual assault and stuff like that. And somebody, Evangelina Skov, covered it, and somebody sent us a link and was like, "You need to see what Axolotls has said about you." And that's how we found out that they'd made it public and said that we'd falsely accused them of sexual assault. And that was a really horrible way to find out. And we said in a comment in that YouTube video from Evangelina, like, this was a really horrible way to find out. This is how we remember it, and we were really triggered when we were writing it, and people came for our throats. Yeah. And I then received an email from Sergio Costa, and I do have the screenshot of this, so if I know it's true because I have the proof. He said, "I thought I told you not to post anything without permission. Don't ever post anything without, running it by me first. I thought you said you'd check with me before you do anything. This is going to come back to bite you in the ass." And obviously Nin, because at that point this was a year later, so Nin had integrated, was like, "I'm so sorry, you're right, I won't do anything without running it by you first," type thing, even though it was our channel, our comment, our trauma.
Yeah.
And we just received thousands of comments and messages and emails of people saying that we'd falsely accused a sexual assault survivor of sexual assault, that we were lying about all our trauma, that we were a horrible person, that none of this had ever happened, and that we were lying about it when we'd never made it public in the first place. And it was just very bad, on top of all the stuff that was already happening around that time, because that was in 2020, again, while we were trying to take that break. And we were very surprised because we just accepted their apology.
Can I pop in real quick?
Mm.
I can see there's stuff going on. Do you want to drink some water and I can take over talking for a second?
Please. Thank you.
Cool. Please drink some water. I just wanted to point out, and again, none of this, no part of it is an attack on anyone. Reminder, we've gone over this several times. But I just want to point out also another point in this whole thing where something really not okay happened that I think is just important for people to recognize, not because of this situation necessarily, but in your own lives. And if anything like this ever comes up, if someone comes to you and says that someone made them uncomfortable, even if they are saying, "Hey, this person assaulted me," it is not okay for you to take that and share that information with the person who they're talking about. Even if you don't believe it's true, you talk to the person at least beforehand, who's the one who was the victim in this situation. It is not okay to take that information and pass it along, even though Axolotl, I'm sure, would never, ever become a threat from hearing that. There are people out there who would hear that there was some sort of allegation against them, and that could become a really dangerous situation. So that is something that happened in this timeline that obviously we don't know the details, but that seems to be what happened, from what we do know.
Mm.
And again, not trying to attack BoboandCo in any way, but just for your own moving forward, keep in mind, like, that is not an okay thing to do, and is really an unsafe thing to do.
I don't know why she would have told them, especially not a year later.
Yeah.
I don't really know why. I mean, me and Bo never, none of us, like our systems, Bo's system and our system, never had it falling out or anything like that. All the stuff that they said about us online and stuff like that, they never ever brought it up to us. Ever. They'd never ever mentioned that they felt that way about any of this stuff. We didn't have a big fight or anything. We just kind of slowly kind of stopped talking to each other, not for any particular reason, just the way that friendships do sometimes peter out. We didn't know that there was anything wrong. So again, I don't know. I don't understand. I didn't understand at the time as Nin and was too triggered to really be able to think about anything at all.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't make much sense to me. But yeah, reminder: don't go and attack anybody. Also, Axolotls did. I think the video was up for, what was it, up for like 2 days, 3 days, something like that.
I think just a few hours.
Few hours. Okay.
Yeah.
Axolotls made a video. Axolotls. Axolotls. Fuck.
No, it's here. I can take it. They made a video basically talking about their side and apologizing just recently, and just kind of going over that and apologizing for making it public, when it was a situation that didn't need to be made public in the first place. Is that pretty much what you're trying to get out?
Yeah. That they reached out to you and said that they wanted to apologize to us,
Yeah.
and I wasn't comfortable speaking to them. So they made that apology video where they said that they were sorry for making it public. They apologized to the community as well, and they also mentioned in it that the whole our life matters too thing, and the fact that we immediately went and apologized to them and for the sort of miscommunication and stuff like that. But then they deleted everything, I think. But
Yeah, they deleted everything. I think they were getting some, I don't know all of what was being, but what I've heard and what I saw briefly was that they were getting some accusations online of them throwing Bobo under the bus by making that video. So they were like, you know what, a few people saw it, that's enough, and I'm done with the community. So they deleted their whole channel and everything.
that's awful.
Which the community is fucking sorry. There are some really big issues in this community. Remember that all these people are involved are people who have been through intense trauma, are people who are severely mentally ill.
Mhm.
Stop attacking people.
It's like anyone can make bad decisions. Anyone. That doesn't make you a bad person. Anyone can make mistakes. That doesn't mean that it was maliciously intended. And honestly, I think that, especially, for example, knowing how the community treated us when we made mistakes and things like that, coming out and apologizing for something and owning up to doing something takes an awful lot of strength, a lot of strength and a lot of bravery. And we really, really appreciate that they did that. And I think that it's awful that they were within, what, a couple of hours, you said, a couple of days, something like that, that they were bullied into deleting everything. Because like I was worried about doing as Nin, that if we said about any of this stuff, that we would immediately be then like you said, you're throwing someone under the bus, you're just saying this to attack XXX, you're going to encourage attacks on other creators. But it's not always about that. People seem to always assume the worst of creators on the internet, and I'm really upset that that was the way that this was responded. That this is the way that, well, not even the community. I don't even know where it was put. I know it was on YouTube. Was it on Reddit? something. I don't know.
Yeah, what I saw, they posted it themselves to the dissociaDID Reddit. They were attacked both on Reddit, and then it looked like there was a whole discourse in their YouTube comments about something completely different in a totally different facet of the community. I didn't know any of what that was, but it seemed to be related to kiwi farms, and people got into a
Oh,
fight in and of themselves on that. So I don't know if that had anything to do with anything, but it just got messy.
I just wanted to make sure that that was said, that they did apologize. And this was recent. This was like a couple of days ago or something, right?
Yeah.
That happened, and I don't know whether they are now. I don't know if they are still online or whatever. But I want to make it very clear that just because somebody did something in the past doesn't mean that they can't take accountability for it, apologize for it, and move on. People change. Sometimes things are, just sorry, my brain is.
You're totally good. Do you want to take a break from the subject? We can take a full break, or we can just like have a little intermission and see if we can get grounded again.
Yeah, I've got a little. Every time there was a point earlier where you said something and I shook my head just lightly, but like the world span, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I've got a little.
Yeah.
I've got like a pot of grounding things over there that we keep in here.
Perfect.
Okay.
I can sing you a song.
Oh, I'd love a song, please.
We were singing this. We sent them a voice message singing this the other day when it was like a rough day. But this is a song that Puffin really likes. I guess I don't know if I actually can, if this is going to go on YouTube.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. Why don't you hum it?
Okay. Yeah, it's about a dinosaur, and it just goes.
It's so cute.
It's very cute.
Makes me think of Puffin every time.
It's really cute.
It has lavender in it, in case anyone's wondering why I'm sniffing a bag. It's full of lavender.
Those things that you're just like so used to because they're like such ingrained grounding tools that like I didn't even think that would look weird, you just sniffing a purple bag.
But there'd be someone out there that's like, oh my god, it's full of dirty socks or something, and then I'd have to make another video addressing that I don't have a fetish or something. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Lavender.
Here, you be a grounding tool. Ignore our super messy home. We're still moving him, and
fine. I've got
physical health, mental health. It's a long process. Sorry, what?
I don't know. I have no idea what I was saying. This is still really strong. Yeah, this was a gift from a subscriber.
Yeah.
Oh. We've kept pretty much every letter and stuff like that that's been sent to us. I was when we were re-uploading videos, like I think yesterday we put it up, maybe the day before that. I found an old unboxing video and there was a letter that really touched Kyle, and I remember it as Kyle. And I know exactly where it is because we kept it. It's upstairs. And we pinned it to a board for a really long time because that letter was just like, it really touched me when I was Kyle.
Yeah.
Like loads of stuff that people have sent us, we've just got like dotted around that's like really helpful, and we treasured everything. I'm just surprised it's still so strong. It's probably like been 3 years since it was filled with lavender. So
yeah,
I'm feeling more grounded now. Thank you for being attentive.
Absolutely. And like we don't need to get into like all the like every possible thought and emotion behind everything. Like we got to get through this, and it's okay to be like, okay, we can move on beyond that point. People have gotten the story.
What's the next question, and I'll tell you if I'm ready to handle it or not.
Yes, so the next one is just it's a new section. So we're moving on to a new section. Woo!
Okay.
About alleged misinformation in DID representation, about like sensationalizing it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not deeply ingrained and traumatic. I can go for that. Sure.
Cool. Okay, so so starting out, your system's previous content portrayed DID in quite a sensational manner. Some DID creators sometimes decide to take creative liberty to portray how DID feels internally and to show that externally, even though it doesn't always look like that externally day to day. Have you done this, and what's your take on that going forward?
I don't think I've done that. I've excuse you.
Oh, they're so cute.
What do you want? I'm doing a video.
Sorry, that was adorable.
Can you hear them? What do you want? You have to wait a little bit. They're gonna do that until I give them something. Can I give them some pellets real quick?
Absolutely, and I can mention also while you're doing that, we filmed. This is still in the section of what we had gone through just a few days ago when we filmed this the first time, but
yeah, this was after my laptop died and we had to switch to the phone.
Yeah,
thing.
It was a mess. This is having, knock on wood, a lot less lag, so thank God. But I think that one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that it's not sensationalizing to, like, it's a very different thing. So if you're a creator and you're deciding, like, okay, we're going to film a video now. This is me, Charlie, who's filming this video. You can dress up as yourself. Like, you can wear what you want to wear. You can do your makeup how you want to do it. You can do your hair how you want to do it. And that's not sensationalizing. That's just you sitting down and actually having the time to prepare, and just expressing yourself. That's not sensationalizing this. And yes, of course, like, if you're out at a coffee shop and someone switches in, they're not going to have the stuff to run to the bathroom and do a quick wardrobe change and come back. It's not going to look like that day to day, but that doesn't mean that it's sensationalizing it to when you're filming something and have the time and have the environment to set it up, to be able to actually present as yourself. That's not sensationalizing. That's just expressing yourself.
You are right. You are correct. So, yes, you know. So we've never intentionally sensationalized anything. We've actually tried hard to de-sensationalize things. Like, for example, when we've included switches and stuff like that, it's to show that it's, you know, a lot of people come because we'd be like, switch caught on camera, because we knew that that would make people want to watch the videos that we spent a lot of effort making, trying to making to try and desensationalize DID. And a lot of people would come and be like, oh, you know, I came for the switch, but you know, I actually know I've really learned something. Now I've been binging with your videos, and I'm now really passionate about learning about DID and trying to destigmatize it, which was like, that's great. That's exactly the goal. But one of the reasons that we included switches and stuff like that is because, like, it is really sensationalized. Like,
Yeah.
so many people were like, "Oh my god, why are you showing your switches? You're showing your switches to, like, clickbait people, or to, I don't know, you're faking because you're showing your switches." And it's like, any other part of this disorder, people would not react like that to it. Like, I don't know why switching is so sensationalized to the point where just showing a normal experience, a normal part of our disorder, is seen as sensationalization. So one of the reasons we were showing it was to show people that it's not something that's sensational. It's different every time. There are loads of different kinds of switches, and it's just a normal thing. It doesn't have to be like, oh my god, they switched. What do I do? It's like, oh yeah, okay, another symptom of their disorder. All right, here's how we help. That's it, you know. But no, I don't think that we've sensationalized it. If we've done that, then it has been unintentional, but it's all been true to our personal experiences. And again, like you said, like, the way we show things and the way that we experience our DID when we are on our own in a safe environment with a camera, is very different to the way that we would experience it, for example, if we were out in the world with other people in a environment that we weren't in control of. It's very different when you're in a
You're
place.
able to unmask.
Yeah, exactly. You can unmask, and even that takes practice. It took practice to unmask in front of a camera. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the answer to that question.
Well, and also the, like, switching on camera stuff. Like, using clickbait sometimes actually can be really helpful when it's educational content that isn't going to get out otherwise. And also, people forget that the environment around DID online has changed a lot since those videos were first like coming out.
Yeah, it's been 3 years since those videos were made.
Yeah,
Four,
and
four
so
years
many
now, almost.
there's so much more awareness around it now, and so many more conversations and so many more creators. But back then, I mean, how I always have viewed your videos, especially from back then, is a lot of it I see of not only trying to get word out to other systems and like get that feeling of community and like I'm not alone, but also trying to educate the people without DID about what's being misinformed by media, teaching about what it actually is. And you gotta use that type of clickbait sometimes to be able to pull that kind of audience in, because they're not going to seek it out otherwise.
Exactly. You're right. Yes.
Okay, so allegedly there are bloopers of Sally that were posted that appeared to show Sally practicing a switch in between takes. Have you ever dramatized your switches on camera? Why or why not?
No, we just show our switches as and when they happen. And we've showed loads of different types of switches. Again, they haven't been planned or anything like that, but there's been very long, very dissociated switches. There's been switches where people have been fighting for the front. There's been really sudden triggered, like positive triggered switches and things like that. There have been switches where people have been pulled into a flashback at the end of a live stream and things like that. We've never dramatized them. There would be literally no point. No.
Yeah.
So I don't know what exactly they're referring to about that, but no, none of us have ever practiced a switch.
Yeah.
That's no.
And like something that people might feel as an audience member of like, oh, it's being dramatized, is like, it is uncomfortable to switch in front of people.
And
so if you're in front of a camera, especially on a live stream, like that's gonna add more stress to the switch and to everything. So like you might be picking up on the fact that there's a lot of energy going on in the system as they're switching. That's not them dramatizing it, that's them having a reaction to it.
Yeah. Like even now, like we probably present ourselves online as very confident about our disorder and stuff like that. But even so far as like the other day, I went out for a meal with some friends, and I kept switching with Amira, and we were masking the whole time. My friends still have no idea. I haven't told them. I don't feel the need to, but also whenever I feel switchy, even if it was like back when I was near a switch between me and Kyle, which would usually be fine, I would fight that switch. Like Nin would fight that switch, not always intentionally, but it's so vulnerable to switch in front of other people, and it's even though we know there is no reason to be, and we don't want other people to feel this way either, it feels embarrassing. And we work really, really hard to challenge that within ourselves, but also we are designed as a covert system. We're very, very good at hiding it. We may present almost the opposite online because it's in our control, it's a safe environment, we can edit out whatever we're uncomfortable with. But in the real world, there's a reason we have DID, and it is to stay hidden and safe and quiet. And we are fighting every day to be less quiet about it. But yeah, it's not as simple as people being like, oh, well, that looks different from that, so she's faking, or well, their system looks different from this system, so they're faking, or I saw her in town and she looked completely different from how she acted on YouTube or something like that. It's complicated. This stuff isn't, it's not painting by numbers. I don't know why I used that example, but yeah.
I love it. Okay, many of your system's videos past resources in the description box were directly copied and pasted from other sources, and some of these sources were unreliable or were found to be anti-DID. Can you comment on this and how you plan to approach your research and how you link it description box resources in the future?
Sure. So a lot of the sources and stuff like that we'd find through other sites. We'd always link every site that we got it from. So for example, I think one of the sites that we used a lot was traumadissociation.com. and they would have stuff that they'd write, and then they'd also have their own sources listed. So if we ever quoted anything from them, or we're using a study that they mentioned, we would put them as in the source description, and then also take whatever source they listed of where they'd got that from. So
Yeah.
a lot of that stuff was sort of, we take it from them and whatever research they'd done as well, because they've just presented it in an easy to digest format, and then we were trying to do the same thing on our channel. So a lot of the time we'd go and have a look at them, but sometimes it would be like, well, we trust that site, we trust these people, we're not researchers, we're the patients, not the professors. And which is something I saw on somebody's TikTok once, and I was like, oh, that's perfect, that. And
We just made a video about that, like
did
a few
you?
days. We didn't say patients, not professors, but we made a video about that exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Yeah, I mean, there was stuff that we looked up ourselves and, would go off and find by ourselves. Other things we'd find sort of secondhand through other research sites, or like professional sites like the ISTD or stuff, ISSTD, International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation and stuff.
Also, speaking of ISSTD, I know that some people hear that and go into a rage, because there has been a lot that's come out that's really problematic about the ISSTD and
Really?
the person that founded or ran it.
No. What?
Yeah, I haven't looked deeply into it or anything, but that is something, and people will like
Damn.
react very strongly to it. Just to clarify,
Well, I didn't know anything about
it doesn't mean you're supporting them. It doesn't mean anything, just because you are trying to find resources about your own disorder and share them, while also making it clear you're not a research professional.
Hmm.
You're not a professional. You are just trying to share your experience and the resources you found. Not everyone's going to know that. So yes, the ISSTD, I'm not saying anything like about them. I don't know the details. I'm not a research professional. I just have heard a lot about it, and it looks like there might be some really problematic things with that organization.
Damn, I thought they were supposed to be like super well respected and oh boy. Okay. Yeah, so again, probably things like that also happened, where we'd take stuff from different places that looked legit and maybe weren't legit, or maybe where they were getting their information wasn't as legit. But we did our best. But what we were trying to do, especially Chloe with the channel, was when we were looking for advice when we first started out, we couldn't find anything. So we were trying to find what was accessible to us, that we thought was valid and legitimate. And from what we found, it was to share that in a way that was a lot easier for other people to find, and express it in a way that was easy to understand, consumable, and validating. That's all it was. We weren't trying to be researchers ourselves. And I'm very surprised to hear that there was anything that came from an anti-DID source. Like, again, none of this would have been intentional. But as for going forward to make sure stuff like that happens again, I'm not interested in doing that as myself, Kaya. I don't even know if we're going to come back to YouTube. I don't know what we're going to do. But I don't think that we'd be doing anything with sort of like researchy type, oh, this person said this and this study says that and blah 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 blah, because the more we've been online, and the more sort of DIDs come into the public light and stuff like that, the more we've found other people who are a lot more qualified, or who are qualified to be talking about it, who also have it, like for example the MF network and stuff like that.
Which also, if you are looking for really good updated resources that are all peer reviewed and everything, check out MF Network on TikTok, and they have a link tree. And their link tree is full of so many good resources.
They're really, really good, and they're very, very well qualified. That's M as in like not N.
Yes.
F network.
I believe it stands for multifaceted. Multifaceted.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
they're fantastic. Very, very, very good. We will leave it to people like that who are qualified to do it. Now that we know that there are people out there, people like that out there, And they are a system as well. They also are diagnosed with DID, so they are able to speak about it from their own experience as well as what they're studying, and are in a professional position to talk about it, whereas we are not. And therefore, we will be stepping back and leaving it to them. Now that we're wiser, we have a lot more life experience. We've got like another 4 or 5 years of life experience since we started that damn channel. Integrated, fused like what, twice, and the rest of our system some more and stuff like that. But we've been through a lot.
Yeah.
What honestly, I look back on it fondly, like when Chloe started the channel, because it's like she didn't think she was naive. She thought she was a warrior. She was she was both, but she
Yeah.
was just a kid, really.
Yeah.
She was, yeah, she did her best, but looking at it now from from a different perspective, an older perspective, and a more informed perspective, both from like sort of research and also our own trauma and things like
Yeah.
that, it's like, whoa, whoa, you know.
And also, we don't know where the community would be if she hadn't been the way that she was. Like, she affected the community in a huge way, and is a big reason I think that a lot of people have continued to share their stories, and that there are way more creators now talking about this. And like, just because she may not have had the qualifications to be a research professional or whatever, like, she was doing her best, and she did affect so much positive change, and has, like, we'll never know what world we would be in right now if she hadn't, like, in the DID community, if she hadn't done what she did.
I'm just glad that she managed to add anything positive, because that's all she wanted to do, was sort of be there for other people when other people had failed her in the same way. And I think that we've done that to some extent. Yeah, we've made mistakes along the way, a lot of them, some of them really bad, mostly through just being uninformed or ignorant. But I think that she did what she set out to do with the channel, and that was help people and give people direction to other places. So yeah, we'll make amends for and take responsibility for the things that we did wrong. But I think at the end of the day, she was trying to do something good, and that was all dissociated was ever meant to be, just to do something good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we weren't deliberately picking stuff that was wrong to spread misinformation. Anything that we used, we believed to be correct at the time, and we thought we were getting from valid sources, reputable sources. And Chloe did put a lot of work into finding a lot of those studies. So it's, what was that?
Cora just fell. Everything's fine.
Oh gosh, you're right.
Yeah, no, she's just interested in something outside, so she's like standing all weird on the side of the couch.
That's yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I was rambling. That's probably good timing.
Okay, well, here we can move on to the next. So
I swear,
kind of going along the same so going along, oh,
you okay?
erase that whole thing. No, I'm totally fine. I just don't know where that segment started from, and I think it was just kind of word filler as I figured out what it was, and then it just didn't work. So let's start the sentence over. So your system used a testimonial on your website from a person who claimed to have cured her own DID and whose information was scientifically inaccurate. It was later removed. Can you comment on how this testimonial came to be published and taken down?
Yeah, so this person who gave us the testimonial, she left a really nice comment. I think it was, I can't remember where it was, but she initially left that somewhere, and we were like, "Oh, that's really really nice. That's really really sweet. Do you mind if we use it as like a testimony?" And she was like, "Yeah, yeah, no, I'll rewrite it for you so it's even better." And we were like, "Wow, that's really lovely. You didn't have to do that. I'm really glad that what we did was helpful, and that you think we're nice people, that kind of thing." And she wrote it for us, and we put it on the website, and that was about it. And then people messaged us and were like, did you know that she said that she's cured DID without her help and without professional help or something like that? And we were like, what? um, we didn't look into it that much. We were kind of concentrating on other things at the time. But yeah, we removed it because it was controversial, or they were controversial, and we didn't have the time to look into it properly. So we didn't want it up in the meantime while we hadn't sort of vetted it. But we didn't really care where the reviews were coming from. It was like, if what we've done has helped somebody, then I'm glad that we've helped somebody, no matter who they are. So we weren't being like, you want to say something nice about us? Who are you? Where have you come from? It wasn't that kind of thing. But yeah, we were told that there was some controversy issues there, so we took it down until we would be able to have a look at it. And we haven't really been able to. Well, we then left the internet again after that. So yeah, that's all that was.
Um, uh, I'm not even going to try to do segues because clearly it's not working.
All right.
Into the next one.
Is it next question or next segment?
Next question.
Okay.
This is the last one of this segment. Your system posted self-calculated statistics on Instagram that ended up being incorrect. A social worker for the Canadian Dissociation Foundation. Whew.
Well done.
I am amazed I didn't trip over that.
Impressive.
Corrected the statistic and your system later blocked them. Can you comment on why your system did not use the criticism to correct your information?
I think I know what this was about. And this was on a Instagram post where we had taken what I think it was the DSM had said about like approximately 3%, 1 to 3% or something like that of the population having had DID. We then so that was what the DSM said, and then we took that percentage to calculate how many people that was in the current population.
I am pretty sure that was an ISSTD study. I'm not 100% sure on that.
It was DSMV.
I do know
mentioned in the DSM. I don't know. That's what I remember getting it from, but it could be both or either or something. I know the ISSTD did also do one like that, so it might have been that the DSM was quoting their study.
Yeah.
But, either way, where we pulled it from was the DSM, and maybe.
Sorry, we don't need to get into the technicalities.
Either way, we'd found this from what we believed to be a very publicly known as a reputable source, and they said this percentage. So we went, right, okay, well, let's figure out what that percentage is in numbers, because when a lot of people, when you're scrolling through Instagram and stuff like that, if you're seeing stuff, you're like, oh, 1%, I don't even know how many people that is, don't really care, you can throw percentages around, whatever. But if you see something where it's like this many million people, you're like, whoa, that's a lot of people, So we calculated it and posted it, and I think the way we phrased it was the issue. So we said, instead of saying let's say it was the DSM, I can't remember which one it was, but I'm pretty sure it's the DSM. The DSM says 1 to 3% of people has a dissociative disorder or whatever. We said the DSM says, and then that calculated number has dissociative disorder or something like that. And then this was around the time where we were still kind of being attacked for literally everything we were doing. So it was very difficult to tell whether somebody was just trying to trip us up or make us doubt ourselves or come after us for something that was really nothing, or whether it was actually a legitimate thing. And we also had somebody on board at that point who would help moderate comments for us on Instagram and YouTube, because when we were trying to return for that sort of second round after 2020, so it was for a couple of months in sort of late 2020 to 2021, later on in that period, we got somebody who was happy to look through comments, and anything that was like sort of nasty or would be triggering or something like that, she would remove so that we didn't have to see it, so that it wouldn't trigger us, which was lovely, and we appreciated that she did that. But it was also for like, arguments that got out of hand and things. I can't remember if she blocked this person, because I don't know who it is, or whether we blocked them. But if it had devolved into some massive argument of where it wasn't really clear who was in the right or who was in the wrong, then it may have been removed or blocked for that reason. We don't go and check who people are when they are saying stuff about us, because people can say that they're anything online or anyone online. And we
Yeah,
don't.
the amount of people who've claimed to have psychology degrees in our comments, and then later we find out they're like a 13-year-old kid.
Yeah, yeah, it happens a lot. So if those statistics were genuinely incorrect, I apologize. But we did put in the description box exactly how we'd calculated those numbers and where we'd got them from and which studies and stuff like that. So if people did want to look at them, they could. But it was just tended to be sort of a little infographic for Instagram to sort of illustrate how many people had DID and that it was a bigger issue than a lot of people think, because so many people think it's so rare. It wasn't supposed to be like a highly super duper accurate to the 0.1% type thing. But if it was incorrect either way, then I am sorry, and it should not have been up there. But yeah, not all of this was being handled by us at that point. And I don't think that we were actually online for much longer after the point where that Instagram post was up, because I think that was around the time where people were starting to threaten us into being quiet. And obviously, we had Sergio Costa. Yep, Sergio Costa.
Yeah.
So a lot of our attention was over there. We could have been and should have been more attentive to what was going on. But yeah, that's my bad. If that was the case, that is my bad, and I apologize. But again, didn't know who she was. Still don't actually know who she was. But yeah, that's what that was.
I wanted to just share something with you, just as a little. We're
Oh,
new one. We finished another section,
thank God.
but I don't know if you saw. But so Evangelina Skov ended up taking down a certain video or two that covered a certain thing and a certain person, because there were certain strikes on their channel.
Mm-hmm.
And when they put it back up, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I just like checked it to see what it was. And each time she had said this person's name, there was just a like edited in sound overlay that said Santa
Santa
Claus.
Claus, yeah.
Now each time
Right.
we say that name, I'm just like Santa Claus.
I'd love it. Maybe we should just adopt that instead. Because
Yeah,
emailed she emailed us shortly after she put her first video about the situation up. And we then also saw what happened with him striking her video. And we were like, I'm so sorry. We did not mean to get anybody else involved. The last thing we want is for him to go after anybody else, because we're speaking out. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help and stuff like that. We offered to sort of help her with contacting YouTube and that kind of stuff, but she seems to have she seems to do pretty well with the Santa Claus thing. So I'm glad that she got it back up. The sad thing about having videos and stuff removed is that you lose all the comments, which obviously we can relate to. It sucks, and I am really sorry that it impacted her. But yeah, she's very tenacious, and she will be absolutely fine. I have no doubt. She's a lot more. She's a lot more stronger. A lot more stronger. A lot stronger than we were at the time when we were first being pressured. So
Yeah.
I have no doubt she'll be totally fine. But the way she handled that was really fucking funny. Like,
it was really
yeah, it was very funny.
Okay. So moving on to the next section, DID diagnosis.
Right.
Ready to tackle it?
Yeah, I actually have screenshots and stuff on my phone, so I can actually read out stuff to you. Yeah, just ask me the question and I'll get the screenshot. So
yes, so your system has shared diagnostic information in the past, which is the only reason the following questions are being asked.
yes.
So when did you first hear about DID?
I honestly don't know when we first heard about it, but I do remember that we saw a YouTube video that was like a YouTube interview where somebody had run into somebody that she used to go to school with and found out that they had DID, and then she sort of like moved in for them for a short period of time and made a documentary about it, and that was the first thing we heard about it. And I do remember Chloe thinking like, that sounds absolutely horrible. That must be an absolute nightmare. That's really scary for her. And then carried on with our life. But I don't remember that when that was like during dates or anything. I don't know when we first heard of it as a concept or as a disorder. But
Also, just please remember, everyone, like, this disorder comes with amnesia.
yeah,
It's a big part of it. Different people in the system are going to remember different things, and you're going to get access to different memories over time. We have a close friend who is another system who, like, I would love to share their name here because I want to promote them and support them in every possible way, but I know they're careful online also, so I'm not going to do that. But if you've watched our content, you can find them and go support them and send them all the love in the world. But they had heard about DID and got curious about DID and whether or not they had it in high school, and then those memories got like wiped, and until we started talking to them about it in college and that we thought that we were dealing with that, they realized, like, got all those memories back that they had thought that they had it, and that had completely been taken away, even though they were like started down the rabbit hole of looking into it. Yeah, so like,
I
just
remember
because
like there's this one thing, and people online have pulled us up on it as well. And like there's this one time, and I still can't remember what order things happened in, but
yeah,
there was a therapist that we saw who first said, it sounds like DID, and we laughed at her, and that's like the first time that we remember. And then what we were generally remembering is, okay, whoa, none of that. Let's go to university and have a fresh start. But I'm pretty sure it was between those two times. We then went and saw another therapist. And because we weren't coping very well in that time between going off to university and that person saying that, couldn't get it out of our head. Completely repressed this whole thing, by the way. And
yeah,
met this lady. She was quite a young therapist. She didn't know anything about DID, but I thought, okay, well, we'll tell her what this other lady had said, this other therapist had said, in case there was something sort of linked or similar, like, oh yeah, no, it's not DID, but it's this, and that's why she thought that or something. So we were like, we might as well be honest with her. We only saw her for like 3 sessions, which is probably one of the reasons why we forgot. And
and
she was,
also, yes, be honest with your therapists.
yes, be honest with your therapist, even if you don't think that what other people have said is right. Tell them that you don't think it's right, but be honest. And she didn't know anything about DID, but she went off and she did loads of research, and she came back with like little information cards and like leaflets and stuff like that. She was absolutely phenomenal. And I do remember that this was the first time that we had that I remember as Chloe experiencing a little doing something outside of like in our head type thing. Because
Yeah,
I remember as Chloe coming to on the floor, and a little had drawn a self portrait with a name, and Chloe absolutely freaked the fuck out. And we never went back, repressed it immediately. Oh, that's why we didn't bloody remember. Repressed it,
yeah,
went to university, and was very much like, yeah, I know what that first therapist had said was probably wrong. It's probably something else. This will be our new start. Obviously, it was
yeah.
I at the time thinking, this will be my new start. Uh, Moving away from the tiny, tiny, tiny little village that we lived in our whole life. Finally regaining my independence, and I will therefore be healed of my depression, and it'll be fine. And then I very much was not fine. So yeah, we completely repressed that whole thing with that other therapist for the 3 sessions, because obviously Chloe saw something and was like, holy fucking shit, and our brain was not ready for it and went, nope, goodbye.
Zip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so your
Went on a
system,
tangent there.
what?
We went on a tangent there, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Honestly, so much of this is like so intense and heavy, and also just like details. Like, it's nice to have those moments of like, let's just talk for a second.
Yeah, this
Get
feels
back
just
to
like
it.
being on a video call with you, to be honest. I mean, we
Yeah.
are literally just on Skype, but yeah,
Yeah.
it helps with the chill aspect.
Yes. Yes. I'm also just gonna correct you and say that it's Zoom because people
Sorry.
literally will flip out at the simplest mistakes online.
All right.
We're on Zoom.
We're on Zoom. Sorry, I'm still living in the olden days when we used to Skype for everything.
Someone's like, they said Skype, but I can
They're
tell
lying.
by the interface, I know it's Zooms.
Yeah. If they've lied about this, what else have they lied about? They're pulling the wool over our eyes. No, we're just dumb sometimes. Like we just make human mistakes.
Okay, your system has indicated in the past that you were diagnosed by Dr. Remy Aquarone of the Pottergate Center, which I can't get over the fact that it's called the Pottergate Center. That's all.
Okay.
Just because Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
I just always think about that. Sorry.
That's right.
There's some controversy on his ability to issue a formal DID diagnosis. Can you comment on that?
Right. So Remy is very, 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 very fucking experienced, but I'm not able to tell you like what his legal ability to do what is. All I can tell you is that we got a diagnosis from him. I have a diagnosis from him. And I did, after we started getting a load of people being like, he's not allowed to give a diagnosis type thing, I emailed him on the 7th of January, February, March, April, 7th of April 2020. Got this thing. You can see I titled it Validity of Diagnosis. And it says, "Hi Remy, I've been getting a lot of backlash on my diagnosis. People are saying because you aren't a psychiatrist, you aren't qualified to provide a diagnosis of DID. Can you please clear this up for me and explain your qualifications to provide a diagnosis and the legality of it so I can make sense of things? Kind regards." And then he replied a day later on the 8th saying, "Hi Chloe, it's true that a few NHS trusts won't accept my diagnosis without a backup confirmation from a psychiatrist. Most of the time when we are aware of this, we suggest a joint assessment. In your case, one way forward would be to get in touch with a psychiatric colleague and discuss with her on the possibility of having an online assessment if you were to send her all the background information." So essentially, it sounds like he can give a diagnosis, but some NHS trusts will also want a backup from a psychiatrist. That's what I understood from that. We could not afford a psychiatrist at that time, but I found the actual diagnosis and the letter that he gave me. I've got two letters that were okay. So the first one is an evaluation report, and that's just the evaluation itself. That was date of evaluation 1st of February 2017. And then we got a letter through with everything on it, including the final diagnosis, which was the 22nd of March 2017. And it says, "Dear Chloe, enclosed with this letter are the detailed results of the diagnostic assessments using DES, DES taxon, A/DES, A-DES, SDQ20, and SCID-D, Structured Clinical Interview for Dissociative Disorders. It is clear from this report that you are suffering from a primary diagnosis of a dissociative disorder under the DSM, namely a dissociative identity disorder, brackets DID." And then there's a recommendation for like what treatment I should have and stuff like that. And he attached all those assessments. Those were all different types of assessments. It was hours long. The diagnosis took hours. And then there's another bit when I look at the first letter, which was the evaluation report, the initial one. It says on there, he's listed on it who he is and his qualifications. So it says, reason for referral to determine the possible presence of a dissociative disorder. So I didn't go in there like, diagnose me with DID. I said something that you're qualified. I literally live in the same town as you. Can you help me? And he said, yes, I will do. I can provide you with a diagnosis. I can evaluate you and give you a diagnosis. So qualifications, it says, "I am an analytical psychotherapist qualified in 1986 as an associate member of the London Centre for Psychotherapy and as a full member in 1992. I am a member of the British Psychoanalytic Council, the BPC, the United Kingdom Council for Psychotherapy, UKCP, as well as the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation, ISSTD, and the European Society for Trauma and Dissociation, ESTD. Since 1988, I have specialized in the area of dissociation and dissociative identity disorder, running workshops, and ongoing clinical caseload, research, assessments, and supervision. For the last 20 years, I have run multidisciplinary supervision groups for the local psychiatric hospital, as well as working as a consultant psychotherapist for 3 residential care units for severely traumatized women. As director of the Pottergate Centre, I am responsible for 6 therapists working for us with patients suffering from dissociative disorders. The centre has a service level agreement with several PCTs, now mostly CCGs, in East Anglia nationally. The activities of the centre include the assessments of patients for PCTs, CCGs, and CMHTs across the country, and as well as self-referrals, which is what we did, acting as consultants to psychiatric teams and social workers, as well as assisting in, just had to switch screenshots, trying to find where it starts again. CCGs needs self-referrals, as well as in assisting in court reports and treatment recommendations. I was formerly the International Director of ISSTD, International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation, and the Chair of UKSSD, United Kingdom Society for the Study of Dissociation. I am past President of the ESTD, European Society for Trauma and Dissociation. So he's incredibly experienced in working with and assessing people with specifically dissociative and DID, so specifically dissociative disorders and especially dissociative identity disorder, DID. So it says he's specialized in that specifically for over 20 years and stuff like that. So I don't doubt that if we, weren't presenting the right symptoms or something like that, that he wouldn't have been able to tell. And then he used all those diagnostic assessments, the DES taxon, A/DES, SDQ20, and SCID/D or -D, and gave us our primary diagnosis. So I can't say anything more than that, really, is that we went to him. He advertises himself as being able to give those assessments. When I questioned him about it, he said that he could, but NHS would like some NHS services would also ask for a backup from a psychiatrist as well. And also, I'd like to point out a discrepancy here as well. Again, this is no hate to Multiplicity me. It's just that we were both diagnosed by Remy. And a lot of people say that, we went to Remy and paid him to give us a diagnosis of DID deliberately. But I've never seen anybody say that about Multiplicity me. And we lived in the same town at that point as the Pottergate Centre. So we travelled 20 minutes to him because he was the closest one to us. Whereas Multiplicity me travelled from a different country to see him. I've never seen anyone be like, they specifically chose them to go and get their diagnosis from because they knew that he would diagnose them with it, type thing, which is interesting. And I've also never seen anybody be like, okay, well, Multiplicity me were diagnosed by Remy Acrawone at the Pottergate Centre. He's not qualified to diagnose them. So I don't understand the discrepancy there, but also it's not my responsibility as a patient to know whether somebody who tells me that they are qualified to diagnose me is actually qualified to diagnose me. All I know is what I have received from him.
Yeah.
And the secondary bit of the assessment at the bottom, it says, again, same thing, but then a little bit extra. It says, based on this evaluation, Chloe's symptoms are consistent with a primary diagnosis of a dissociative disorder. More particularly, her experiences of severe symptoms of amnesia, derealization, depersonalization, identity confusion, and identity alteration, as well as the presence of several different parts who exist within her and assume executive control of her behavior, are consistent with a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, DID, formerly called multiple personality disorder, MPD. And then there's a bit that says see attached diagnostic worksheet for dissociative identity disorders. And that's signed off by him. And it says, throughout the assessment, I noticed the following intra-interview dissociative intra-interview dissociative cues, alteration in Chloe's demeanor, alteration in Chloe's identity, because Kyle fronted, and basically I remember telling him, Chloe's not speaking well enough, let me do it. Spontaneous age regression or childlike behavior in adult, inconsistencies / fluctuations in level of functioning or mood. Subject refers to herself in the first person plural, we, or third person, he, she, they. So that's the information I have. Obviously, I'm not going to go through and tell you what all the answers to the questions were and information about trauma and stuff like that. And that was back in early 2017 as well. But yeah, that's all the information I can, literally all the information I can give you. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter whether you think my diagnosis is valid, because either way, we will still have DID. We can go and get another diagnosis when the NHS pulls its pants up. But I know it won't change the reality. These symptoms would still be here with or without a diagnosis, and so would our alters, and so would our trauma. So yeah,
we did that section.
Yay!
My knee also popped so intensely in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine. Okay, so moving on to alters and their treatment is this next section.
Okay.
Okay, so in one communication, your system claimed to have a blind alter. In a follow-up, your system claimed that you did not have a blind alter. Can you comment on that?
I guess I can. I think I said something about this in a live stream with you once, but I'm not, and Chloe, I don't know who said what when, whether it was Chloe or Nin or Kyle or what, but alters do like go dormant or integrate or split or fuse or whatever, and it's very, very difficult to keep track of everyone. Also, sometimes I'll hear from people, or especially like Nin or Chloe would hear from someone, like potentially Kyle or Jade or Sally or something, that somebody exists and then never hear anything about it again. So it could have been that we just were recently told that, oh yeah, there's a blind alter. It was blind, wasn't it? Was it, we were saying blind? Yeah, a blind alter, and then was able to be like, oh yeah, we have a blind alter, but then never hear about it again. And then if I was asked about it like a year later, I'd probably forget that anyone had ever said that there was a blind alter, because we haven't heard or seen anything.
So much to track.
No, I mean, we're not aware of all our alters, and there are occasions where someone will pop up or someone will say they know someone else, but I won't know them personally, or vice versa, or I'll even forget that I've ever met somebody, or repress things. Like I've repressed the fact that I found notes and stuff like that before, and then I'll find them again, like upstairs in, like, we've got kind of like a big box of notes of stuff that people have left, and I'll go through them one day, and then suddenly the memory will be there, and I'll be like, oh, I remember finding that and freaking out about it, and then the memory was gone, because that's how amnesia works. So yeah, it's not like we're deliberately being like, oh no, I changed my mind, I don't want to have a blind alter anymore. We probably literally just either misunderstood, misplaced it, or forgot it, or that alter has either gone dormant or doesn't exist anymore, or has otherwise like fused, for example. Yeah, I don't know. From what I know right now, I can't think of any blind alters. We definitely have one that's visually impaired, but I don't know whether it would be enough to be classed as blind.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that. You doing okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm a little bit dissociated, but not in like a bad way, just in like,
I'm sorry.
But we're good. Totally
time.
good to keep going. I'm just like, I'm sorry if I'm a little.
No, you're fine. Like, do you need a break for like water or some sugar or grounding?
I got it right here.
Ah, yay. Okay, cool. My throat is getting raw.
Yeah, and
every time I dip down into like more of what used to be like Kyle's register and accent and stuff like that, I can feel it grating on the front of my throat.
We only have 2 questions left in this section, and then we Don't have a well.
Oh no. Okay.
We
Let's
do have some.
go through them. Let's.
Cool. Power through.
I'll try and be as succinct as possible.
And it's totally okay to answer some of these like, that's none of y'all's business. I'm not going to answer that.
And that's that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that mostly because I feel very strongly about that for this next question.
Okay.
So Kyle appeared very embarrassed to be in a skirt on Anthony Padilla's interview. Can you comment on why Nin chose to wear a skirt even though allegedly Nin and Kyle previously agreed to wear pants?
Yeah, it was very simple. I do remember as Nin having a number of conversations with other people, like while we were getting ready to go to the interview, and we had agreed that we were going to, or it was kind of just understood that we were going to wear our sort of favorite pair of trousers and stuff like that because we look good in them. But Nin had recently bought this very nice new skirt that she thought she looked really good in, and I was sending like photos back and forth to people being like, should I wear this and this, or should I wear this and this and this and this and this? And she ended up deciding on the skirt, and we didn't realize that when we sat down in it, because obviously when we were trying it on in the hotel, it was standing up against a full-length mirror. We didn't realize that when we sat down in it, it would like ruche up that much. So part of it when I fronted as Kyle was like, oh my god, my whole thigh is out.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was more than I was expecting. Like I didn't mind being in a skirt because it was a skirt. Obviously, I would have been more comfortable in trousers, but it was the fact that I wasn't expecting it, and that it wasn't like a floaty skirt that I could like drape around our legs or anything. It was like like right up because of how we sat down, because it was a tight tight around the waist. But yeah, that's all that was.
And also like, that's none of y'all's business.
Yeah, it's really random
like,
thing to ask.
What you decide to wear. And like, I remember I saw like the comment that was like, we want them to address this, and it was so like defensive of Kyle and of being like,
I was just surprised.
Of being like, this was like a betrayal of trust and they were intentionally putting him in this uncomfortable situation. And like, y'all, you do not, this is the level of parasocial relationships that are not okay, and people need to start respecting and understanding boundaries. That like, that is not your place. This is inner system stuff that like is none of your business.
Yeah, like I promise our sister, like I appreciate that you care about me as Kyle's well-being and stuff like that, but I promise that our system knows our system better than anyone else ever could. And if it was genuinely a massive issue, then Nin wouldn't have done it. It was more surprise on like both of our sides. Like Nin didn't know that it was gonna rush up that much either. But
it's such a like little basic thing.
Yeah, it was fine. Like I would have preferred trousers, but it wasn't like the end of the world. I was just a bit like embarrassed and surprised. And obviously I was suddenly like switching out in that situation was a bit like whoa, because there's like a ton of cameras on you and like lights, and there was like six other people in the room like staring at you with like cameras and like, microphones and things. So I was kind of like, oh, hello, and then like my whole leg was out, and I was like, oh, okay. So cool. But yeah, that's all it was. It was totally fine. It wasn't that much of an issue. I was more
moving forward with that
thing. What?
Did you or did Nin or Chloe take advantage of alters and make them record videos or participate for views even if they were uncomfortable? No. Were they ever made or convinced to engage in media when they didn't want to or in ways they didn't want to?
No.
And also, again, no one's business about inner system workings.
But also, like, our system wouldn't do that to each other. Like, our whole system and our progressive healing has been built on trying to understand each other to the best of our ability and trying to give each other as much free will and control as is fair in the life. We're not performing monkeys. A lot of people seem to see us as performing monkeys. We don't see ourselves as performing monkeys. So the answer is no, absolutely not.
Okay, we're done with that section.
Yay. Okay.
So we are moving into, and if we want to take a break before, if we just want to power through, we are moving into Team Piñata, which I know is going to be a triggering thing. There aren't that many questions in this.
Okay.
But
Can I pee and have some more water?
yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Okay.
I'm also going to pee.
Okay.
So I'm going to mute myself. We'll be right back. Hello. Okay. I'm back. I still think that we should leave all this in for the reason that Kaya was saying earlier about leaving the other intermission in. So sorry if y'all were just staring at blankness for a while. I hope though that you all also maybe got some water, grabbed some food, got a snack, went and peed. And y'all can all just pause it also, which is nice. And now we're gonna be at a different angle. Oh, hello, you're back.
I am back. My hair is starting to hurt from being tied up. So if you see me fiddling with my hair, that's the only.
Take it down. Take it down your hair.
Like, I've got bobby pins and hairspray and shit in it, and I don't want to deal with that.
Can
It's not like agonizing.
Lower the ponytail? Are you able to lower it?
I don't know. See.
Your hair is beautiful down though. If you grab a brush, you can just brush that hairspray out.
I look great like this. Stick with. Oh my god! I look like Hagrid.
Yes, that's amazing. It's amazing.
Great. Wonderful.
You can even just do a little braid. That'll be a lot nicer on your scalp.
Can I brush it out?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, I'll be right back, I promise.
Yes.
Something if you need.
We're just having a chill. Like y'all, I feel like there's a chance, like there are two ways this video will go, and realistically it'll actually probably be like in the middle. But I feel like this video is either gonna like fucking blow up and get a crap load of views and everyone's gonna be like watching the whole thing through, or it's gonna get like 5 people who actually watch the whole thing through, because it's just like there's a lot we're going through, and because of the intensity of people online, it's just like we're not gonna cut shit. We're just gonna. I'm sorry, I should stop swearing. I don't know if I can swear on here. I should have asked about that beforehand. But also, I just want to give a disclaimer going into this this next section. Again, do not send hate to people online. That's also outside of this video that we are making right now. Overall, just recognize everyone's a human. Everyone's been through their own trauma. No matter how shitty someone's actions may be or may seem to you, it is not a reason for you, someone who does not know them, who has nothing to do with them, to go seek them out and send hate to them. I don't care who it is. There are some people who I fucking hate. I still should not be swearing, but I'm not going to go and send them hate online. So just a disclaimer.
Who are you fighting? What?
Oh, I'm just really rambling about people sending people hate online.
Oh, why? Just if you don't like someone, just move on. Ow.
Is it okay for me to swear on here? Because I definitely have been.
It's fine.
It's fine. Cool. Okay. You ready?
Yeah, my head is sore, but yes.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. It's fine. Let's do this.
Okay. Let's go. So your system's former partner, Team Piñata, another system, were found to have drawn sexually explicit art, some of which was extremely disturbing to the DID community. When did your system become aware of this?
Same time everybody else did. We found out about it in two different like waves. Like the first wave we found out about didn't seem bad. Like we didn't think that it was bad. It was like pictures of like other people's like original characters and stuff like that they'd been commissioned to draw, for example like sneezing or something like that, but they weren't like sexually explicit. They weren't,
and again we have people imposing because this person has said that they have some sort of fetish or whatever, that means that everything involving that is sexual to them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the situation was at the time that they drew them, because these pictures were like 10 years old, from what I understood. And when I spoke to Nan about them, he didn't even like know that some of them were still online. As far as he knew, like those accounts and stuff like that had been closed. So I'm pretty sure people would have had to dig to find them. But yeah, like that first wave was mainly like people's original characters that they'd commissioned Nan to draw like 10 years ago. And we were like, oh, well, that's, not bad. Like, none of these characters are underage. None of it's particularly sexually explicit. It's just like anthropomorphic characters sneezing. And that's what we saw in that first wave. And yeah, that's when we found out about it.
Yeah. So yes, there were 2 rounds of controversial art that were released, the first being much tamer than the latter. When it was leaked, your system initially appeared to defend Team Piñata in an Instagram live and on an Instagram post, and where the community felt they were blamed for the way that they had received the art. You've also been accused of defending them to other DID creators ahead of the DID conference that was planned. Can you comment on that?
Oh, crikey, sorry. Excuse me. I remember being in the Instagram live. That was after we'd received the first wave of art had come out. And like I said, it mainly just seemed to be other people's characters sneezing, nothing that, wasn't sort of all over online already. And we had spoken to Nan about it, and it seemed to be all very innocent and all a very long time ago. But people were saying some really nasty stuff. So I was on the live stream with them for like moral support, because they were very upset about this and the triggering words that people were throwing around. And we were basically just like, just tell the truth. Like, you've got nothing to hide, just tell the truth. And like, you're doing great, don't worry, don't get triggered, you're all right. And that was that. What was the second part of the question?
Just accused of defending them to other DID creators ahead of the DID conference that was planned.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Team Piñata were also involved in the DID conference. I'm pretty sure that everyone involved still continued to speak after that first wave. And that it was fine. So I'm not really sure about whether we felt we needed to defend them, because no one was saying anything nasty at that point. And yeah, I'm not really sure about what that's like, if there's anything specific about that that whole period of time again was also when we were having a very rough time, and a lot of it is very difficult to remember, because it really did feel like just wave after wave after wave after hit of just stuff that was way too triggering and intense for us to comprehend or handle.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I've forgotten something, but I don't remember having any conversations with anyone like who was involved in the Entitled to Life conference specifically about Team Piñata, other than Entropy System, who were the people who showed us what was involved in that second wave.
Yeah.
Because they were like, "Have you seen this stuff?" And we were like, "How bad is it? Like, are people just blowing things out of proportion? What is it? How bad is it?" And they had saved the photos and they sent them through to us. And a lot of them, again, were like characters that we'd seen that were commissioned and sort of aged up, like as people do tend to do. And they were, I'm not going to lie, some of them were difficult, very difficult for us to look at. Some of them triggered us. There was some art that commissioned them to do, which was very triggering. But that wasn't like underage or anything like that. That was more like blood.
Graphic.
Yeah, but that wasn't sexual. It was just like pretty ladies who'd been sort of in a fight because they were superheroes or something. But
Yeah.
I honestly, a lot of them I don't remember.
Yeah.
Um, but I do remember my reaction,
Yeah.
and my reaction was being
Take your time. Of course, sneezing.
We made an Instagram video, and that was our genuine reaction to
Yeah.
finding it out. And I know that a lot of the stuff that was drawn, other people probably thought was very sexual. And a lot of the stuff that people were calling child porn was like 15 to 16-year-old characters, not like still underage, yeah, but they weren't children. Um, like not the kind of thing that the word CP would bring to mind.
Which also, I know this is, you've heard me say this a million times, but we've talked about this before, that like, just please keep in mind that while that is very much not okay, that is such a common thing online and is something that needs to be addressed as a whole, not targeted at one individual who did that. We did not see that second round of drawings. I don't know what was in it, but like the amount of art smut that exists of characters from like so many fandoms across the world who are supposed to be between like 10 and 17. It's so common. And just, that's not downplaying what this was, but it's recognizing that this is a much bigger issue.
And like pretty much all of these were also commissioned. But
yeah.
The thing is that, okay, so here is what I remember. And honestly, a lot of it, it's literally almost like it's been scribbled out in my brain. Like the image I have is of the Instagram messenger screen and photos being sent, but it's just gray. Like I can't see what's in the pictures, it's just gray. And then the feelings. I can remember what I was feeling, but I can't really remember what I was seeing. But I remember some of them because I remember that one with the superheroes, which was a commission, which wasn't outwardly like it wasn't graphically sexual or anything like that. It was literally just two women who'd been in a fight because they were superheroes. There was one which was sexually graphic, and that was from I think a 15 and a 16-year-old, and it was like a little comic, little sexy comic, and they'd done that for themselves to explore their fetish, I think.
Yeah.
All the others were aged up characters that they'd been commissioned to draw.
Yeah.
So, for example, cartoon characters that people connected with who had been aged up to then be older versions of themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what I remember. And I'm finding it very difficult to remember specifics or visualize any specifics.
And you don't have to go into that right now.
But what I do want to say is that I wanted to say something. Oh, Nan. Okay, so the time period that these were drawn was 10 years ago, and during that time was right after Team Piñata, their body had been in a very, very bad bike accident, and they were in a coma, I believe. They had to relearn how to do everything, how to eat and stuff like that. And these drawings were drawn at around that time. And it would not surprise me if the reason that these things were starting to be drawn, the reason that they accepted some of these commissions, is because some of their trauma was starting to come to light. And I did ask them about that time period, and they did say that yes, it was after the bike accident that they started to remember a lot of their childhood trauma. And when you are raised in an environment where
We don't need to get deep into that.
I don't think I can, but
Yeah.
what I do know is that they did not see the things that they did at the time as anything unusual, as anything outside of what was a normal experience to them.
Yeah.
But then after seeing it again 10 years later, I remember them being shocked.
Yeah.
I think that the words that were thrown around were very triggering. I understand that the community's reaction because my reaction was the same.
Yeah.
But I also knew Nan, and I know that none of that was meant to be sexual, and that they've never like sexual in that kind of way. Like if they were commissioned to draw aged up characters, they were just doing it because they were paid to.
Yeah.
They didn't really think about what the other people wanted it for.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having a really hard time putting my thoughts together.
That's okay. Here, do you want to? I can take over for a second.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Something I also just want everyone to recognize is that people have gotten really comfortable online lately throwing around really intense words and phrases and labels. And that is not okay to do when you don't know the details behind it. You don't actually have proof of that. And when there is absolutely a chance that the people who you're accusing of these things have been victims of that kind of abuse themselves. And I'm not speaking about this case in particularly. I don't know about this case, but I'm saying we see this in the DID community daily. And like everyone right now is being accused of things like grooming, of being accused of things like preying on minors, pedophilia, everything. You don't use those terms. You do not use those terms when you don't know for sure, especially when these people were potentially, maybe even likely, because many people in the DID community were victims of that kind of abuse ourselves. So that's my little thing.
There is something that I really urgently want to say, but I cannot get a grip on it at all.
That's okay. This is also like, this is just about addressing these questions, and you're giving so much more of the story than what these questions are asking for. So I just want to remind you that, like, especially since we still have a lot to go through, like, we don't need to get into the emotional depth of it all. That's not something that needs to be shared right now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go for that bit. There's something that I wanted to say.
I'm trying to think, because we've talked about this a little bit, so I'm trying to think if
I struggled with it a lot at the beginning. I didn't know what to think or what, but I do remember. No, I don't remember, apparently. Oh, the irony of it. I fuck. This is so
You want to?
irritating. Sorry,
We
just
have. Okay.
can I just have 1 minute? I'm sorry, you're being really patient with me.
No, absolutely. We can take a break. We can also, there is one more question in this, so we could go to that and see if it comes back up throughout that
Let's do
before we
that.
move on.
Thank
Okay.
you. What's the other question?
So there are accusations that while Nin and Nan were no longer together, other members of the system were, including Kyle and Jeremy and Nadia and Lacey. When did your system fully end their relationship with Team Piñata?
It ended at the same time. Nan and Nin, we called them, and Kyle was Kokon, and we called them and we said that we needed to break off the engagement and that we needed to end things. And that included Jeremy's relationship with Kyle. And Kyle had a very hard, we had a lot of arguments about that, like Kyle and Nin. But the result of it was that they were both feeling the same stuff. They were just feeling different strengths of the emotions. So Kyle was feeling a lot more anger, whereas Nin was feeling a lot more heartbreak. Kyle and Jeremy struggled more, I think, with letting go of it just because it felt like it was out of their hands. Like the issue was with Nan and Nin, and as host, Nin had more of a final say. As alters, things like that are very difficult. So by breaking off that relationship, we weren't just breaking off, you know, a fiance. It was friends. It was other relationships. It was children. It was a wedding. You know, we'd already put in like our notice to marry and had decided, you know, the places that we wanted to look around. And you know, I'd gone wedding dress shopping and we were planning to be married that year.
Yeah.
In a couple of months potentially, I think. It wasn't as simple as person X broke up with person Y, but
Yeah.
it did end at the same time. Lacey had already. Lacey, she, I think her intention was to go dormant, but she actually split, and that was before any of these things came out, any of these drawing stuff came out, and I just remember coming to, and Nadia was on the floor being held by Elliot from Piñata System and just bawling.
Yeah. And we don't have to go into that either.
Sorry, yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's all tied
Yeah.
up together and it's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah. I really like your hair down.
Thank you.
Do you need to grab a tissue to blow your nose or anything?
No, I'm fine. I'm just a bit teary. I go very red when I'm emotional, and I can see that on the screen.
We get very snotty, so my first thought's always tissues.
That's very considerate. Thank you. No, long story short, yeah, like the relationship with Lacey had already ended. Nan and Nin broke up at the same time as Jeremy and Kyle.
Yeah. Do you still want to wait and see if you can remember that thing, or do you want to move on to the next section?
I know that Nan, and I'm certain, has never, ever had any attraction to children.
Yeah.
Ever. And I will die on that hill. I'm not saying that what they drew wasn't incredibly disturbing, um, but taking into account the kind of trauma that they went through, The fact that they didn't see that themselves as disturbing because they were told that was normal all through their life does not surprise me. The fact that they were drawn when those memories were coming up and the way that they processed trauma and have processed trauma through their life was through art, it does not surprise me. We need to remember that these people were victims of the same trauma that people are accusing them of, and that people process their trauma differently, especially when they don't fully remember it. It was not okay what they drew. I'm not supporting what they drew, but it was 10 years ago before they knew better because they had been abused themselves. That doesn't negate the impact that their drawings had, but I think that people need to understand who they are or were.
Yeah. You ready to move on?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, where the next section is about multiplicity and me.
Okay. We're hitting all the emotional stuff. Okay.
We can also skip this section and come back to it.
No, it's okay. I just think I have some screenshots which help me remember.
And I think that those are actually.
Huh?
I think that those are actually in this document too that I have here with the questions. So I've got those here too.
Is it the screenshots of the conversation with the Anthony people?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
That's in the document.
Okay, let me go get the document. I'm so clever for adding them to the document so that it would be easy to find them, and now I cannot find the document. Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay.
So just starting off, no rush to answer, but just who received the invitation to be on Anthony Padilla's show in that interview, your system or Multiplicity and me?
We both did. So what actually happened was, and this is why I have the screenshots because it's the proof. We were both invited. We were both reached out to by a casting agency who at the time was working for Anthony and Anthony's team. And I have the, I don't know if you can see that. You can see that they reached out to me, that they were the first person to message. I can probably add them in. But basically what it says was they reached out to me. I did not contact them. I know that Multiplicity and me said that we'd like lifted their address from a message or something and contacted them. We didn't. They contacted us. And she said, "Hi there, I work for a casting company. I won't say it in case people go after them. And I'm currently helping to cast a video for Anthony Padilla's channel in hopes to shed some light on DID. The video is an interview / day in the life sort of thing regarding common misconceptions and things of that nature. They are shooting on February 5th in place, and you would be compensated $125. If I can send along more information if you're interested." And I received that on the 28th of January 2020. I don't know when Multiplicity and me got theirs, but I'd assume it was around the same time. And we saw that 4 days later and replied. So they sent it at 28th of January 2020. We replied 4 days later, 2nd of February 2020, saying, "Hey, I'm so sorry we didn't see this earlier. If it's not too late, yes, please. We've seen what Anthony is doing and it's extremely important. We'd be happy to fund our own travel and accommodation as this is such a delicate and important topic. We're really honored to have been asked." And I remember being like, oh, damn, that's like 3 days before the filming date. So yeah, February 5th they were filming, and I saw it 4 days after they sent the message, which was 2nd of February. So I thought, oh, crikey, well, this person only works for the casting company.
Yeah.
What if the actual, production team from Anthony don't see it in time? Like what if the casting person doesn't see it or whatever? And at this point, Multiplicity and me knew that we'd also received one of these. We let them know as soon as we did. because they'd been talking in a group chat about that they'd received a message from the casting thing, and we were like, oh my god, so did we, look at this type thing. So they knew that we'd received this, and we had spoken about like, oh, it doesn't matter who can, well, at least I remember saying this, I don't remember whether they said it or not, but like, oh, it doesn't really matter who can go, as you know, the goal is spreading awareness of DID and stuff like that. Whoever goes will do a great job. I remember saying things like that. Unfortunately, I don't have that chat anymore because I deleted it. But
just really quick, because you were showing the screenshots, the next one has a little chat bubble in it.
yeah,
And just because people will like try to find people's
that's
profiles.
Ollie. That was Ollie. So
Oh, cool.
these were actually taken. These were screenshots that I took and sent to Ollie, which is why you can see his bubble because I was talking to him at the time.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't like showing something and then someone was gonna get like.
No, thank you though.
Yeah.
These screenshots were taken at the time that I was informing Multiplicity and me.
Cool.
So what I did was I thought, oh, okay, let me contact the like Anthony and stuff like that. So what I did was I went to their YouTube channel, and it's listed on there like what their contact is. And I sent them an email that was saying, hi, I'm really sorry I didn't see this earlier, but one of your scouts invited us to join the filming for your DID project. And then basically sent the same message that I sent in the Instagram thing to the casting person. So we weren't expecting a reply at all, but basically it was just like, if you're still happy to have us, we'd love to be involved, essentially. And we got an email the next day from Anthony's production assistant on the 3rd of September 2020. It said, hi Nin, this is her name, Anthony Padilla's production assistant. Thank you so much for reaching out about our upcoming DID interview. If you're still interested, we would love for you to be a part of it. We'll be shooting on Thursday, February 6th. I thought they said 4th in the first one. That might have been a typo. Okay, so it was either on the 6th or the 4th. Thursday, February 6th in Burbank. You'll be paid $125 for your time. Would you be able to come in for a 4:30 to 5:45 interview? Let us know how this sounds by tomorrow, Tuesday, February 4th at 12 p.m. PST. That would be great. Once this is confirmed, I will send you all the other information and details regarding the actual interview. So we were like, oh, holy shit, wasn't even expecting a response. They've literally offered us a place without even giving us the information first type thing. It was very much like, yeah, we'll have you. Can you come in? So the first thing that we did, literally saw this as we woke up, was take a screenshot of it, send it to the group chat with Multiplicity and me in, and be like, we heard back, because I know that they hadn't heard back from the lady, like the casting, that's it, the casting company lady. So what I understood was that they had messaged the casting company back and forth and stuff like that, and that they screenshotted me, and the last screenshot that I saw was that the casting company had said that they would pass Multiplicity and me's email on to the team, and the team had not called Multiplicity and me. So they didn't have any confirmation that they were going, bearing in mind this was like 2 or 3 days before the actual filming date. They didn't have any confirmation they were going. They didn't have any time booked in. They hadn't communicated with the actual production of it. They didn't have any plans to fly out, like nothing. Nothing was set in stone. So I got this email back. The first thing I did was send it to their group chat to be like, look, I got a response from this email. If you email them too, you might also get a response. And instead of emailing the company, which again was easy to find on Anthony's YouTube page, you just go to the About section and it's listed there. Instead of doing that, which they absolutely could have done, they left the group chat and said, like, I think Ollie said something like, oh, have fun, and then left the group chat. And obviously I was freaking out. I was like, what where did you go? What's happened? What's wrong? Have I upset you? You know, and immediately started messaging Ollie again, which is why you could see the little bubble, and was like, I'm at the gym right now, but can I talk when we get home? Because that was when they'd seen the messages in the group chat. And I was talking to him and I was like, you know, what's wrong? You know, are you okay? And he very much seemed convinced that it was some kind of business move. but it wasn't. We had exactly the same opportunity that he did, exactly the same things at our disposal, and we were under the assumption that they'd given to us and that we'd given each other, that we could both go.
Yeah.
Like there didn't seem to be, like we didn't know who else was going to
It
be
wasn't
there,
an either
or
or
anything like that.
thing.
No, yeah, and they hadn't had anything set in stone, so we were really surprised and hurt that they reacted like we were some monster that dragged it out from under their feet, when we were both reached out to by the same casting agency. Um, we both replied and didn't get a response. So
And it could have been like a fun visiting together thing.
yeah, it could have been. So I chased it up and got a response. Let them know, here, I got a response from this email, and then they just left the group chat, and yeah, that was that. Um, and so I flew out the next day to make it in time. So again, if I hadn't have done that, if I hadn't have sent that email off and stuff like that, I don't know what they would have done, because they didn't have any plans to go. They didn't have anything set in stone. So I'm assuming that if I didn't send that off, they still wouldn't have gone, because they weren't given any information.
It's not like they were going and then you reached out and then they were no longer going.
No, it was nothing like that at all. And I was very confused why, I'd given them all the information we had. All they needed to do at that point was email the same people.
Yeah.
I gave them everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was basically, the thing is that I took the initiative, and they didn't, I guess, but it wasn't intended to be any kind of stealing from them. Like, how can I steal something from someone who doesn't have something? I thought that we were supposed to be working together on it. Like, yay, let's raise awareness for DID. But it suddenly turned into, you got the place instead of me.
Yeah.
And we were like, what? And we were very upset when I flew out. I remember we were with Piñata at the time, like we were living together. And I remember bursting into tears before I had to walk out the door, and was like, I don't want to go, because I felt so bad and confused and very guilty, even though we hadn't done anything wrong. And thankfully Nan was like, no, you'll be fine, you need to go, it's okay, you've got to get to the airport, you'll be fine. Yeah, and we just dropped everything and went.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what that was. We were reached out to by, I'm assuming at the same time, from the same casting company, given exactly the same opportunity. They did not hear back, we did. And yeah, that's what it was.
Sorry, I'm trying to see if we actually already answered this next question in that. Okay. Yeah, so we already answered.
No,
I believe. Oh, no, it's perfect. That means we might be done with this section.
Oh, there's a bit about calling.
Yeah, having Team Piñata call them to like add insult to injury while you were on the trip.
Okay. So do you want to read the question?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. It's just that now I can see the questions too. So
yes. So the community had previously suggested that your system purposely discussed your trip to LA to be on Anthony's show around Eminem to hurt them, Eminem being Multiplicity of Me. And that your system later had Team Piñata call Eminem to add insult to injury while you were on the trip. Can you comment on this and tell us your version of events?
Okay, so obviously I'm not Team Piñata, but this is what I heard from them. So, and I was living with them at the time, so like I was around them when this was happening. But and I do remember it. So Entropy System reached out to Piñata and said that Multiplicity and me had said that our system had stolen the interview spot from them. And Multiplicity and me messaged Piñata on Instagram asking if they could have a phone call to discuss the truth. And they asked them, to download WhatsApp so they could have a call. So Team Piñata downloaded WhatsApp specifically so that they could call with Multiplicity and me, because Multiplicity and me requested to discuss the truth with them. And Ed answered the call with Nan, so it was Ed and Nan, and Ed was very convinced that we'd stolen the spot from them. And Nan was very much like, that was definitely not anyone's intention. Like, dissociaDID did not intend to do that. I don't think that they saw it that way, but also can understand why you're upset and that kind of thing. And apparently it ended with Ed saying agree to disagree, and that was that. So essentially, Eminem actually requested a phone call. They answered the phone call. Eminem was very convinced that we'd stolen the spot from them on purpose or something like that. Nan said that wasn't what my intention was, and they said agree to disagree. So no, we did not convince anybody to call and harass anyone. Nobody called and harassed anyone, and no.
And still, no one go out and harass anyone from this video.
Don't do it.
But guess what?
What? Yay! Hooray! How long have we been doing this? This is nearly 4 hours long, Charlie.
Yeah. It's gonna be. I honestly I hope we can upload it tonight. I mean, it's all up to you.
How are we gonna put the timestamps in?
I mean, I think that with this we can just scan along, and we can count how many sections there are and just make sure.
Where are we even gonna put it?
That's a good question. I think, are you comfortable putting it on your YouTube?
I mean, I could do. I didn't really like bringing dissociaDID as the channel, as the project, into like petty dramas.
Yeah.
So
I do think that just like, because we're addressing a lot, and I think that it's gonna like, A, it's gonna reach more people, and B, I think that, and here we're gonna leave this in so y'all could just see how we discuss things. I think that it's gonna show that y'all like don't have anything to hide, and it's just gonna be a little bit more of an integrity move if we do put it on dissociaDID. That also, we can cut this out if you don't want to do that, and if you
I'm cool with it being in. It's just like,
I don't want to pressure you.
No, not at all. Like, I really appreciate your input and your opinion. It means a lot. But I guess the other thing that I'm coming to terms with is, like, Chloe birthed the channel and shaped it into what she wanted to be. Nin kind of continued along that road, but then also sort of added some like sort of more bloggy type things in there. But now, the torch has essentially been passed to me. I don't know what I want to do with it. I don't know if we're ever going to come back.
And also weighing, is it safe for you to put this up? We obviously aren't talking about that. So I don't.
That's a very good question, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be unsafe, because we're not talking about our specific trauma. Or like the nature of the fact that DID is often caused by abuse or trauma. So we might be okay.
I do think that if you feel comfortable and you feel safe, I think that it's going to be received better. And I think that people are just going to start out from a negative place who are already in a negative place if it's not there.
It's just like a lot of people on our channel aren't even aware of this stuff, and we wanted the channel to be about like validation and helping people and that kind of stuff. Like, I think a lot of people might be quite shocked to suddenly see something that's about like racism and child porn and stuff like that, and it's like, whoa. I'll think about it when we're done with this, when I'm in a less mildly triggered space. I feel like my head is being pressed in from all sides at the minute. So
absolutely, and we can figure it out. But I do think that, like, I mean, a lot of this is clearing your name and is addressing things from your own side, but also with the things that it is taking accountability for, I think that just like,
You know what? Actually, no, you're right.
yeah,
You're right, actually, because it's also going to show, like, to the people who don't know about all this stuff, we might seem perfectly well put together and stuff like that, but it's also going to show, like, even people who come across well put together or whatever also make
there's shit
mistakes.
going on.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect person. Like, we've made mistakes, but here is how we're going to amend them.
Yeah.
Um, and I guess that is also a positive
Yeah.
way to show people, hey, you can, do better even if you've made mistakes in the past, and that's something that you should do even if it's difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it's up to you. We don't have to make any final decisions right now, but that is what I would just like recommend, is I think that especially for the things with taking accountability, that is an important part of it, is like owning that fully. And I think that putting it on, but we could also take excerpts from it and put those pieces, like, we can do whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you want to do, but that's just my suggestion. And we can
Okay.
figure it out as it goes.
I think finish this tonight and then we can think about the logistics of it tomorrow when brain is fully online. But I'm liking this plan at the minute. What's next?
Okay.
Is it a new?
Next one.
Okay. Is it a new?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So this, we've actually already gone over parts of it when we were talking about the sleepover before, but this is a section about BoboandCo. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just
Yeah, it's been several hours.
Yeah.
So, okay. I'm just looking at what we already have covered.
Not this long. I'm surprised we both managed it, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But I'm like keeping the energy going.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it to the end. So allegedly your system did a live stream with BoboandCo, or multiple ones, I believe also with Piñata, and didn't end up sharing income from the live streams with BoboandCo, despite BoboandCo being in a more difficult financial position at the time. Is that true? Why did that happen?
Yeah, no, that's true. But the thing is that we actually offered to.
Yeah.
We offered when we'd finished, we were like, oh, we'll send you like part of the live stream money and stuff like that. And can't remember if they said no or yes. It could have been either. But honestly, what I remember is that we forgot about it.
Yeah.
And they never mentioned it to us again. Not that it would be their responsibility to remind us, but it does get kind of confusing with the YouTube stuff because all the money just goes into one place. So it can be difficult to tell, like, okay, well, what was actually earned on the live stream and what was just earned, like, from the video itself being re-uploaded and stuff like that. And obviously that would then spiral over time. But yeah, that's genuinely it. They didn't ask us to. We did offer, and then I genuinely think that we forgot about it. But if they'd have just asked again at any point, then we would have been like, oh shit, yeah, no, we'll figure out an amount and something like that. But it was something that we offered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, BoboandCo previously has stated that you and Team Piñata were hurtful to them during the sleepover. Not the sleepover we were talking about previously, but when they came to stay with you.
Yes.
Can you recount that event from your point of view?
I can. Okay, so Bobo was, I can't remember whether she was coming back from somewhere and her partner Casey wasn't going to be home, or it was something like that. There was a specific date where she did not want to be on her own because she was having a hard time, and she would have been if she was at home during those dates because she lived with her partner Casey, right? So Casey was somewhere else. So she messaged us because we've always been like, look, you need somewhere to be. You don't feel safe. Come stay with us. Like our door is always open to you. even though she lives, well, I won't say where, but she lives a good number of hours away, but it is in England. And she messaged us and was like, look, I really don't want to be alone on these dates. Can I come stay with you? And we were like, those dates are actually really difficult because Piñata was going to be flying from America to us, I think literally a couple of days before that date. So we knew, because that's like a multiple day journey for them, they had to get a bus and then a coach that was like 6 hours or something like that, and then a train, then they'd get to the airport, then they'd fly for like 11 hours, then we had to get a coach from there back to our house, and it made them really ill every time. So we knew that they were going to be sick and that that would probably end up making us sick. But we let them know. We said Piñata will have just traveled home. We won't have seen each other in months. We're probably going to be ill because of the journey, and they will probably make us ill. But if you don't mind that, of course you can come and stay with us. Whatever you need, our house is open to you. You need somewhere to be, you come stay with us and we will make it work. So she was aware that it was a difficult time, that we probably weren't going to be very well, and that us and our partner system hadn't seen each other in many months because they lived abroad. But we said, yes, come. So I bought a blow up bed for them. We lived in a very, 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 very small 1 bedroom place. And there was literally 1 bedroom which was taken up by a double bed. So there wasn't any other room in there. And then there was the living room and a kitchen, and that was it. Oh, and a bathroom, which was upstairs. And the only place where there was room to put the little blow up bed or anything like that was in the living room. So we got them a blow up bed and stuff like that to sleep on downstairs. And me and Piñata were obviously sharing the bed upstairs because there was nowhere else. And they came, and Piñata was ill, and they were very embarrassed about it because they had trauma around being unwell. But yeah, they came and stayed, and I do remember that one of the nights, one of their littles had a nightmare, and they came upstairs to wake us up, and I don't think I woke up first. I think Jeremy woke up next to me and sat up, and that woke me up, and I remember looking into the doorway and seeing the little standing there, and we were like, oh my goodness, like, what's wrong, are you okay? And she was like, I've had a nightmare, I'm quite scared. And I said, oh, like, don't worry about it. And I said to Jeremy, because I didn't like to sleep with a shirt on because it feels like someone touching me, and that can be triggering. I said, can you please take her downstairs so that I can quickly put a shirt on and I'll be down with you, because I don't want to like expose myself to this child who was obviously already not having a good time. So Jeremy took her like sort of arm around the shoulders and gently took her down the stairs. He didn't push her downstairs or push her out of the room or anything like that. He guided her down and made her a hot chocolate. And I came down like a minute later, and they were in the kitchen making a hot chocolate. And we sat with her on the blow up bed for maybe an hour, maybe 45 minutes, and we played with the guinea pigs together. And we sat with her until she felt okay again. And we were like, are you sure you're all right if we go to bed now? You sure you're okay? She was like, yeah, no, I'm fine. Thank you for the hot chocolate. And, you've got the guinea pigs. And we were like, yeah, the guinea pigs will look after you. Don't worry about it. And we've made very sure to stress, if you have another nightmare or anything else is wrong, you come get us again. You did the right thing. You're safe here, but if you need anything, you come get us. And she promised that she would come get us if she needed anything. And we both went up to bed. The other thing that happened was Bobo, I think it was Toast. Can't remember if that's the right name. It's been a really long time. One of their I think Toast is the right name. So I'm gonna say Toast, but it might be wrong. They were outside in our back garden because we had a little back garden because Bobo system, they smoke. They don't smoke. They're they smoked a specific substance to help self-medicate their pain.
Yeah.
So for Nadia, cigarette smoke, like tobacco smoke, can be a trigger, but it wasn't too bad with the other thing, but we still preferred to maybe not be around them so much just in case it was a trigger when they were doing that in the garden. But they were out there and they were having an argument with Casey about money. And I won't say too much because I don't want to invade their privacy. But essentially, what Casey was doing was he was using their money that, without permission, essentially. Their money, not his money.
And Casey's their partner.
Yes, Casey was their partner. So they were on the phone, and we went and sat out there with Toast with his permission, so that he wouldn't be on his own. And he hung up and was very upset and told us what happened. And I was rightly angry on his behalf, but I wasn't angry at him, and I made it very clear. I was very much like, that is not okay. Your money is your money. If he wants his money, he can apply for a disability, or he can work, or he can do whatever, but he can't use your money without your consent. And we sat out there with him for hours, like hours, even though we knew that we could potentially get triggered by the smoke. And we just sat and we listened to him for a long time. I gave him some cuddles and stuff like that. I wasn't shouting at him or anything like that. I was angry on his behalf for maybe like the first 15 minutes, and then I was more about, okay, comfort, let's give some comfort and stuff like that. And that's what happened then. But again, if they felt that we had been cruel to them at any point, or that they were hurt by our behavior at any point, we would expect, as adults, that they would tell us and say, hey, something you did was hurtful to me. Why did you do it? Can we please address it? That kind of thing. We never heard a word about it. Not a word. First thing we heard was from Sergio Costa telling us that they'd said that we pushed them down the stairs or something, and like that that we shouted at them in the garden or something, which to my memory did not happen. And like Nin would have said like something a bit more politically correct, like their memory doesn't match my experience of the event or something like that. But I'm gonna outright say, I know our system. We have never ever been physical with somebody without being provoked massively beforehand. And I mean, like, literally, like if we were in a physical fight or something, we would never push someone downstairs. We do not shout at people. It takes a lot for us to even raise our voice. We would not do those things. And if those things had happened, we would have absolutely taken responsibility. And if Bobo felt like those things had happened, or that was their memory of that event, I'm very surprised that they did not talk to us about it at all. But no, I'm gonna outright say, that doesn't add up.
Yeah.
And I was very hurt by that, because we had no issue with Bobo and we thought that they were really sweet, their whole system. We really liked them a lot.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. We didn't have any arguments, no falling out, nothing. Just all of a sudden, boom. And then we heard that apparently they'd said on a live stream, and that the Entropy System was coaching them through it. So that's what we heard.
Yeah.
Again, during the time where we were on our break, had absolutely the world caving in above us. We're not able to defend ourselves. And this was just another thing that was, you can't trust anyone. You can only trust Sergio Costa.
Well, and a piece going back to, I don't want to add any more to, like, we're already going through so many things, but something that you mentioned the first time we went through and recorded, which we're now past that. We're talking about new stuff. We have not talked about this stuff yet, but
yeah, we didn't get here before.
Yeah, something that got brought up in the first section when we recorded it the first time, was that we didn't touch on today, was the entropy system having issues with you and Piñata's relationship.
They did. So initially, Piñata, Entropy, and our system were very good friends, like very, very good friends. Spoke all day, every day type thing. Piñata or Nan said something. Well, they were triggered that I misinterpreted as Chloe. I genuinely misinterpreted it, and it was cleared up within a day, like a day. Entropy System did not let go of it. Entropy System also said something to Chloe that really triggered them once, and Chloe had a hard time getting past that even months later. But essentially, what happened is that Entropy System and Piñata System had a falling out. And me and Entropy System, our systems slowly grew apart over like a year or something like that. Like we still talked, just not as much. Especially because that was, Piñata. Then we got more serious and they started to live with us and things like that. But it wasn't like intentional. It was just sort of a slowly growing apart. We missed a couple of messages from them, and they eventually messaged Piñata. Didn't message us about it. They messaged Piñata saying that they wanted to be friends again and that they were really sorry for the way that they acted and that they wanted to fix things between them. And Piñata said, "No, we don't want to do that. You're triggering to us now. We don't feel comfortable, and I don't think that it's the right thing for our systems to be in each other's lives anymore." And Entropy System accepted that. And then, not very long after that, I don't think, Win messaged Nin, who had just integrated at that point, just integrated from Chloe and Nina, basically saying like, "We miss you," and stuff like that. And Nin, because it literally just integrated, was like, yes, I would love to be closer with you, but I also need to be sensitive and aware of the fact that I'm living with someone who currently you are a very big trigger for. So I might not be able to like contact you or call you as often as I might like because I need to be sensitive to them. But yes, I'd love to be in contact more often for sure. We just need to be careful about like timings. And then the very next day after that, like we exchanged again. I've got the screenshots and stuff like that. Like the last messages that were exchanged between like at that point, Win and Nin were like, we still love you. We'd never do anything to hurt you, that kind of stuff. And then the very next day, Ed from their system comes out and says some absolutely disgusting things to Nin about essentially accusing Piñata of being emotionally abusive and saying a load of things that were just wrong, which was what he'd decided his emotional abuse was about based on these facts that were incorrect facts. So we corrected those facts, and were also like, okay, but the thing that really upset, obviously that was upsetting, but the thing that really upset us was the fact that he said, now that you've integrated into Nin, essentially he said something along the lines of like, maybe you'll be smart enough to notice and do something about it. So not only was he essentially, if he thought that we were being abused, he was victim blaming Chloe by saying she didn't know better, and then baiting Nin into saying, "Oh, maybe you'll be smart enough to notice and do something about it." And challenged, literally used the word challenged. He said, "I challenge you to watch this video and say that it isn't applicable to you." And it was a video that they had made about signs of emotional abuse. I watched it all and was like, it's got nothing to do with us. All the facts that you based this assumption off were wrong. Here's the actual true facts. For example, they thought that Piñata's housing was free. It's never been free. They pay for their houses. It was just stuff like that. And I was like, that's really rude. The way you talked about Chloe was rude. I've only existed for a little bit and I'm already extremely offended by the way you've spoken to me. I've never met you before. And I'm leaving this here because I'm angry. And then A little while later, Win replies and is like, Ed doesn't represent me. I'm sorry, I'll talk to him. I still want to be friends with you and Piñata. And Nin essentially said something along the lines of, I'm not sure if that's smart for us right now. If this is the way you feel about the person I'm going to marry, that I'm living with at the minute, and if Ed feels this strongly about this situation that he's willing to talk to me like that, someone he's never met, and accuse somebody who loved him very much, like Chloe knew Ed from literally the moment that he was created. Well, maybe not the moment, but like literally almost the day or something like that. If you were willing to talk like that about her, I don't know if this is a smart idea. Like, I still love you, I still care about you as a friend and a person, but I think maybe it would be best right now until you've worked past whatever these issues are that you have with Piñata, that we, have a little bit of distance between us. And Wynne said, if that's what you think is best. And I said, I don't know what's best, but this is all very confusing, and I think that we both probably need a little bit of space from the situation to figure out how we feel. And then sometime after that, the like entitled to life thing happened, and as co-workers we were like friendly, and it was sort of building up into more of a friendship. And then everything happened where they obviously had a massive issue with Piñata, and a reason to have a massive issue with Piñata then, and decided to essentially stab us in the back when we were our weakest point. So yeah, there
made
was
that on Twitter about the attempt and everything, and like
yeah.
On a lighter note though, real quick, just to bring it back, I keep noticing this and forgetting to tell you in between the things. So I'm sorry I haven't told you until now. But it's really funny. The way that you're positioned in front of something that's like triangle behind you makes it look like you have one elf ear.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it does. It's a drawing tablet. The drawing tablet.
It just looks like you have one elf ear.
That's adorable. Thank you for pointing it out, because now I won't be able to unsee it. Neither will anyone else.
Everyone who watches this will have to go back and rewatch all 4 hours just to see the elf ear.
How long do we have left? I'm starting to struggle.
Yes, sorry. We have very little left.
Okay, let's fold it.
Next section.
Okay.
So theft of the inner world from the SRA book.
Oh my God. Okay, right, yeah.
We can knock this out really quick.
Yeah.
Did you know about this book?
No. Cool. It was introduced to us, well, not introduced to us. The first thing we ever heard about it was on an Instagram comment where someone was like, I can't believe you've betrayed me, we trusted you. And I was like, what's happened now? And they were like, you copied everything from this book. And I was like, what book? And it's this book that we've literally had never heard of before that point. Have not done any research into it, because even just the title of it sounds like a massive red flag, and I'm genuinely concerned about why anyone would read a book that's literally titled as an instructionary book on how to abuse children. That's very fucking concerning to me. No, we've never read it. No, don't intend to read it. Doesn't matter how many things people throw at us about, you need to defend yourself from this, or accusing us of this, that, and the other. I'm not going anywhere near that book. I'm not reading it.
From what we've heard about it, the majority of similarities are like, there are gemstone names, because
you can have gemstone names.
Yeah, like so many systems. We have a Jasper. I think that's it actually in our system, but so many systems have gemstone names. Yeah, it's really, and like there's something about, like, Jade had mentioned things about like a carousel internally, and there's a carousel in that, and like some things, but like also we've talked to other people who are survivors of trauma who had looked into that book and had read the book, and they said that it's written very much in the type of way that, like, if you read a horoscope, you're going to find
Oh,
things in it that will apply to you because it's written to be vague and it includes a lot of shit. So if it has like one thing that is like a carousel that connects to you guys, then everything else seems to fall in line.
of course it does. It's just like people have run out of ways to fake claim us, and I
Yeah.
think they're just getting more and more imaginative, honestly. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, we've never read the book, never had anything to do with said book, don't even really know that much about it, don't intend to learn more about it, want nothing
Yeah.
to do with it.
Um, Next one.
Oh, hooray.
Um, so alleged theft of trauma histories from Facebook groups.
Right.
The communities accused your system of visiting specific groups for specific types of trauma survivors, asking about other people's trauma and taking their trauma and claiming it as yours. Have you ever done this?
No, we've never taken anyone else's trauma and claimed it as ours. I remember why we joined those Facebook groups, because we joined, that was one of the first things that somebody suggested we do, when we kind of were coming to terms with our DID, is join some support groups on Facebook, and we joined like all of them. And I mean
Yeah.
like all of them, and anything like connected to them that we could see, like, you know, you get like recommended groups and things like that. We joined all of them. And then I remember literally the only time I've ever asked about someone's trauma, and again, this was Chloe when we were new to everything, didn't understand anything, didn't know shit about anything, was somebody said something, and I said, like, I don't really understand what that means. Can you explain it to me? And she said, yeah, sure, let's go into Facebook Messenger. And she sort of explained an experience to me. And I just remembered that it triggered the hell out of me. And I was like, thank you for talking to me about that. I'm really sorry that that happened. And then never, that was it. That was the only
Yeah.
time we've ever asked anybody anything, and it was literally just because we didn't understand.
Yeah.
And I regret it because it was triggering, and also none of our business.
Yeah.
But I don't know how we could have assimilated anyone else's trauma into our own trauma history, and people are calling us out for it, considering the fact that we've never spoken about our trauma publicly online ever. The only thing that we've ever alluded to is the fact that we have been sexually abused in our life, and that was for the Me Too video. But we didn't say at what point in our life, how many times in our life, by who or anyone. That's the only thing. And
Oh
I
yeah,
those are people who have been.
people have a lot of things that they just have decided are facts about y'all's trauma that,
Yeah. For example, Granddad's Lounge seems to have
yeah.
decided that he knows more about his trauma history than I do. But like,
Yeah.
no,
Well,
let's just remember none of that is actual fact. It's conspiracy theories that are being thrown around that a lot of people have decided are facts. So,
yeah.
for example, I've heard people saying that apparently we're Islamophobic because we have supposedly based our history off this book. But the book has nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
Neither does Islamophobia, because we're not connected to that book in the first place. Same thing.
Yeah.
Having a carousel in your system could mean anything. We've already
Yeah.
discussed, even in this video, that as children we had a strong connection to sort of like horses and stuff like that. Um,
And
that's
as
you can
children,
get a fucking
especially,
carousel. It's full of horses. Like,
and
it's not
like also,
cheap.
some of these people might have had their childhoods who are making a lot of these conspiracies in different eras, especially like not Granddad's Lounge, but just people online. I know that a lot of them we end up finding out are younger.
Mm.
And yeah, we're living in more of a tech age. Both of our systems grew up kind of on the tail end of when people were still going out and going on carousels and stuff. And that type
Oh,
of like history was very central in your childhood.
oh yeah, we
When
went on loads of carousels, like stuff like that. We loved them. It was our favorite thing to do at like parks like that. Was we always wanted to go on
yeah,
a carousel, and it always had to be a horse. It couldn't be one of like the
yeah, the
thing.
giraffe.
Yeah, it had to
Yeah,
be a
so
horse.
it like
That's why.
it might feel like such a specific thing to people now. It really, because they're more rare now. It wasn't back then. We used to go to this pizza place all the time growing up that had a carousel inside of the pizza place.
Mhm.
And it was like we'd go there for the carousel. And it was, anyways. We're so in the home stretch. Let's keep going.
So glad. I am literally hanging on by my fingernails right now.
We only have fingernails left. There's so little left. Okay, this next one. Your system previously stated that you were expelled from your university.
No, we didn't. We've been so clear about this so many times. We were never expelled. We were intercalating. We were never fucking expelled.
I don't know what that word means.
Okay, so essentially we were told to go on a break for our mental health and that they would keep our place, and that a year later, once we'd had a certain amount of therapy or whatever they decided they wanted us to do, we could come back, and that they'd hold that place for us. It was essentially them saying, look, you are too mentally unwell to be able to continue to be fit to study. Take a year off and then come back. We'll hold your place for you here. I think it could be considered a suspension, but we were never expelled. And we've explained that a million times.
And also, while that might be illegal, discriminatory, no, like, we know that that shit happens all the fucking time. So no one can go out here and be like, that's wrong.
So fucking emails where we threatened legal action. I've got them. Obviously, we couldn't fucking afford to sue a university. We were students. What student can afford to sue a university? But no, I will tell you, because I went and found the emails with the university.
Also, though, you don't have to do that right now. We're so close to the end, and we do not.
I'm just fired up, bro. Just
okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look at some of this stuff. There's a lot of mention of sub-personalities, is what the university called it. This is also how I found out when I found out the actual dates of some of my suicide attempts, which I had never actually knew before because of the hospitalization.
And that goes to the next question.
Oh, sure.
Which, just my own little interjection here, it's none of y'all's fucking business about anyone's suicide attempts. That's all.
Bro.
Even if they've decided to share a little bit about that, it is none of your business to have more information than what they decided to share.
Here is an actual, they've given extracts from the letter January 19th, 2017. So that was when, well, I always considered that we left in like December, because we went back in January, literally for the amount of time that they would have had to allow in order to charge us for the full second semester of rent. And
that
happened to us out literally within a day, I think. We contested it, but that was fucking cheeky as hell. They had to move all the way back up. Anyway, said blah 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 at the fitness for study meeting. Blah 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 blah. Incidents leading to the hospitalization on 21st of October and 16th of December. Fitness for Study panel have very serious concerns and believe strongly that your continued attendance at the university would be severely detrimental to your health and do not consider you to be fit for study at this time. During this period of interruption, I urge you strongly to make use of the NHS and professional services of support of which you are aware. It is of the utmost importance to engage with any source of support available to you in order to develop effective strategies to manage your health. Blah 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 blah. Having and then, you know, after I'd applied to come back and had the diagnosis and a load of letters basically saying it's within her best interest to return to study, she was freaking out because she didn't know what's going on. Now she's had treatment, she's got a diagnosis, blah blah blah. They said no, get more therapy. And one of the letters I sent to them says, having sought legal advice, we believe setting grounds for Chloe's return that is doesn't make much sense. Having sought legal advice, we believe setting grounds for Chloe's return that is contradictory to expert opinion shows a disregard for your obligations under the Equality Act 2010, Part 6, Chapter 2, and is therefore grounds for discrimination. Blah, 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 blah. We expect a response in support of Chloe returning to her studies, otherwise you leave us no alternative but to pursue legal action. Obviously, we did not pursue legal action because that would be stupid, but yes, we were aware that this was not fair. But we did have a number of experts who actually knew us saying, yes, it's within her interest to return to study. and the people who were saying that we weren't had never met us. Like, how could
Yeah.
they reject us without ever meeting us?
Yeah.
I don't know. Make it make sense. I can't. But no, we were not expelled. We were intercalating because they had no reason to expel us. I've seen people being like, she broke university bylaws. No, I just had a bloody suicide attempt, and they were like, you're fucking unwell. Come back later. That's what
They
happened.
said we don't want a student suicide in our like campus news.
Ugh.
You
Yeah.
ready to go
Sorry.
on to the next question in this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still incensed about this. It's been like 6 years. But yes, no.
There's this one's so ridiculous to me. There's an old news article and some chat logs stating that your system jumped into a lake at your university. And the community has suggested that this was the suicide attempt that created Omega, which has heavily been implied to not have involved a lake at all. Can you comment on these incidents and if they were or were not separate? What the fuck? If it seems separate, it's you decided that they were the same thing and then realized you were wrong.
I know, also assuming that there was only ever one suicide attempt. My dude,
Yeah.
there were a lot. It's just that there's only two that we ended up in the hospital for because we're stubborn. But I bet people as well would have been like, oh, what dates? Prove it. And I would have been like, I don't fucking know. I wasn't there making bloody attendance. You're like, oh, will I live? Better jot it down. What's the date today? What time did the police pick me up? No, sorry. Okay, so next to the
we
wood
have to laugh
area, I have to because it's just so ridiculous and also extremely traumatizing if I go too far near it. So we're gonna laugh about it. Okay, around the foresty area where Chloe and Omega had their attempt, there was a fucking lake in the middle of it. Okay, so when university campus, so for one of the attempts, we were reported missing by the police, and fire services were sent out, ambulance was sent out, police were sent out, and also campus security. It's not unheard of and has happened before for people to die in the lake. They sent out boats onto the lake to search out. And that's what a lot of people at the university heard about. So I saw in the group chat that had like everyone from the course I was on in it, so like over 100 and something people, however many people were in the course, be like, oh my god, I heard someone jumped in the lake and stuff like that, and like there's boats out and stuff like that. And yeah, I didn't plan on being like to all these people that I didn't actually know, some of them I'd never met, being like, oh yeah, no, actually, I'll try to hang myself instead. So I was basically like, oh, I should probably let them know that whoever was involved is fine, so that nobody's worrying about it. So I was just like, oh lol, it's me, I had a mental break, it's fine. To just be like, they probably thought I got too drunk or something and was being dramatic. I didn't want to be like, hey, people I've never met / person I met in a seminar once, I'm extremely mentally unwell. So that's what that was. Yeah, I was like, yeah, lol, that was me. But no, I didn't actually go in the lake. I was just in the area surrounding the lake, which was full of trees. And then beyond the lake was a sort of even more foresty type area.
Okay. Yay. Woo. Humor's how we cope. That's one of our.
I'm not sure if this is rage or just sadness or what, but it's making my head hurt.
Fucking like it's just so ridiculous. Okay, anyway, we're so close to the end. Okay.
4.5 hours in.
Yes, we're into art theft.
Oh god. Okay.
Did your system ever trace the artwork of other people and sell it on Patreon?
Okay, so the only thing that I can think of to do with this, which is something that we already willingly addressed on Patreon, is that once or I think twice actually, when we were on Pinterest trying to find like examples of things to draw, we came across some sort of like your character here templates and stuff like that, and they were free to use for anybody, didn't need to credit or anything like that. We didn't know at the time that anything like what even a your character here commission was, but essentially they were like templates, and then you would use that template and then draw on it in your own style.
Your own character.
Yeah, exactly. And we did that I think twice, and then found out that it was actually like a thing that people did, and you could commission them to draw, but obviously they're drawing their own style for you, whatever your characters and stuff were. And we sent people over to their like account if they wanted to commission them or whatever. But it was just like figure poses essentially. It wasn't like actual full art piece or anything like that. It was a pose. Other than that, everything else has been completely original, except from one mini comic strip that we did, which we said from the start and involved people in through the start, that it was from a hilarious screenshot of My Hero Academia. And I was like, I need to do this, but with our alters. So I essentially put my alters over, like drew over, but that's it. And that was just for fun to sort of experience trying a new type. But other than that, everything else we draw ourselves. Sometimes we use reference images, but we don't like draw over them. We don't trace them. Like, no.
Also, sorry, we're artists, and I'm very passionate about this. I feel obnoxious when I feel passionate about this, but you can't cheat at art. You can't cheat at art. Yes, it's good practice. It is common practice to like credit who you're using a reference of, whether it's a photographer or a model from a picture or another artist or whatever. It's you want to credit them in that if you're using a reference or if you're tracing. There's nothing wrong with tracing. There's nothing wrong. People are recommended to use references. It's also like, it's just, you can't cheat at art.
And you can use a reference without tracing, like the references that we don't trace on, but there's nothing wrong with it if you do choose to. Like we
and there are like
let's learn about light by looking at the way it hits this actual real life person so that we can learn about it. That's how you learn.
Yeah, if you're trying to learn like a different thing that's not about the actual structure or anatomy, it can be way easier to just put that down, get that down, and then be able to work on the shading. Or like if you are trying to learn anatomy, like learning how to trace over but in blocky things that aren't tracing the exact lines but are like, okay, this is the line that goes from here to here, and then I'll go in and look at it and get the actual shape. Anyways, you can't cheat at art.
The rage coming off you right now.
Okay. Okay.
Are we done?
This is a big one.
Okay.
This is just, we're done with all the questions.
Yeah.
Now it's just going forward.
We did it.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. I mean, honestly, I don't think we even super need to go through this. Like, we've already talked about, you don't know what the future is going to hold for dissociated.
I don't fucking know. Sorry. No idea. Also, my head is going to explode and about 6 people want to be in the front right now.
Yeah. And you've talked about like, you're going to do everything you can to prevent misinformation. You're not even really thinking about making like, I'm educating, just more sharing your experiences content.
Yeah, if we came back, it would probably be like, here's something that we learned from our experience with DID.
Yeah.
Not like this study said this, that, and the other. Like I said, we'll leave that to people like the MF Network, who are absolutely insanely just so good. Hopefully they won't get mad at us for mentioning them, because I know that they're not super keen on the idea of having lots of followers.
Yeah, but I mean, they made that for like, no one go and harass MF Network, and also they can handle themselves.
They can for sure. I just don't want to add any extra pressure on them, but for real, they are fantastic.
And use their link tree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just 1 second.
Thank you for being with me this whole time. This has been the most boring 4.5 hours for you ever.
No, not at all.
Ever to have friended. Ever.
I want you to do me a favor. I want you to do me a favor. You don't have to stand up. I'm gonna stand up. And you don't have to do anything, because like, take care of yourself. But I pulled up some royalty free music, and let's do a little mini dance party.
Okay.
We did
it. Is this a success? We're moving forward with life dance.
Yes, we made it through. We did it all in one. We don't even have to make any edits. Just give the timestamp.
Yeah,
it's like 5-hour video.
He's gonna sit and be like, I can't wait to see like whoever's gonna make a video about this. Like Evangelina, I'm so sorry that you're gonna have to sit through like 5 hours. Oh my god, I don't know. God, okay, I'm gonna go.
Yes, please go take care of yourself. I love you so much. Reach out to us if you need anything.
Oh,
we did it.
We did it. Thank you. Where's the stop record? I'm gonna click the stop recording button right now.